Before we get started, you know the drill. This is our Game of the Year content. It is going to be full of spoilers, especially in this part 2 where we are going to be talking about the narrative and stories from a bunch of games. I have tried to mark out the specific games we're talking about during the story category. So if you want to try and use those to navigate that, if there's a game you haven't finished yet or you're looking to try to avoid as many spoilers as possible, well, first of all, be warned. Second of all, you can try and use it. No guarantees they're perfect. Prepare. Here we go. Game of the Year, Part 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Part 2 of the world's finest Game of the Year broadcast. I'm Vinny Caravella, joined by Brad Shoemaker.
Hi, hello, greeting.
And Alex Navarro.
World's greatest game of the year.
That's right. Only here at Nextlander, this is the canonical list. All other lists, sometimes they come out before us to try and get ahead of our freight train coming through. I understand it. I get why you'd want it, because once we name our top 10, why even bother? We haven't even finished this thing yet, and I am already ready to declare this the Game of the Year of the year. That's right. It's the best game of the year. Mm-hmm. If you're joining us, a couple of things, housekeeping notes here. There's probably a big spoiler warning like I put on the first part at the beginning of this, but for this one, for Shorzy, we're going into the best story on today's, and that's going to have the 6 spoilers. So you're going to want to watch out for that one
all of them.
If you played video games in 2023. So heads up there. Other programming note, if you're watching the video, yeah, I flipped Alex. Alex is flipping for these games.
I'm a backwards man now.
It's so that when we look at the games, he's looking towards the games. And yeah, he's flipping out.
Oh, you and your shot continuity.
And third, like we said last time, look, it's been a tough year in the industry. It's been kind of a tough year in general. We want to acknowledge in the games industry, there have been a lot of layoffs, a lot of closures, a lot of mergers, a lot of things that didn't leave people in great spots, let's say, as my general catch-all for those things. But also, there are a lot of great games that a lot of people worked very, very hard on. We want to recognize those as well. The good ones.
Yes. 2023, in the history of years, it is one of them.
Yes, you could. There is a weird category somewhere in somebody's list that is best worst year for video games, and 2023 might just win that category.
Oh yeah.
All right. Forget games. Let's go ranking of years. Top 10 years.
Top 10.
Top 10 years. Okay, 1979, obviously, because I was born.
Yes. Oh, you just mean outside of video games, just in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Year 0, because like, hey, we got to figure out the years. That's a weird one, right? Like, do we have a year 0?
There was no year 0.
Why not? What happened in year 0, Alex?
Nothing. They just didn't make one.
You'll find all the answers at the end of this podcast. All right, let's just get into it. Let's take it over to the list. With our first category here. Let me bring it up on my screen, and I can bring it up on your screen as well.
All right.
We've got our first category, which I mentioned before, Best Storytelling.
All right, get comfy, folks. We're going to be here a while.
Yeah, this is always a big one, and again, this is probably one of the most spoiler-filled ones. That's why we're doing it up at the top here. Jump ahead and catch other stuff that is maybe less spoilery, but in no particular order on our best storytelling list, we have Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Chants of Sennaar, Sons of the Forest, Deliver Us Mars, Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, Golden Idol Mysteries, The Spider of Lanka, and Lemurian Vampire, kind of looped into one entry there. Mortal Kombat 1, The Invincible, Venba, Alan Wake 2, El Paso Elsewhere, Dredge, Fort Solis, Breakout 13, Horizon Forbidden West, Burning Shores, The Making of Karateka, Thirsty Suitors, Final Fantasy XVI, and Marvel's Spider-Man 2 followed by Baldur's Gate 3 at the bottom. This is a big list.
Yeah.
It
a lot
is
of stories this year.
both a lot of stories and a lot
of
things,
good ones, too.
And also the font size is very large, so pardon my scrolling if you're watching the video.
How dare you?
All right. Should I just kick it off with a question here?
Let's do it.
Does Sons of the Forest have a story?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a bizarre and somewhat incoherent one, but yes, there is one.
Sure.
Does it belong on this list?
Probably not.
That's a different question.
Well, I mean, it's like mostly implied story, right?
Don't forget, this is best storytelling as well, so all aspects of the narrative.
Yes. Actually, not best story. It's like, hey, even if they told a somewhat not great story in an interesting way, that counts too.
Yeah.
Like there's almost no exposition in that game, right? It's almost entirely you get into a bunch of bunkers on this island and have to try to figure out what the hell happened.
It's a lot of emails.
It's a lot of emails.
There are some emails.
I
feel like the emails never quite painted a full picture. Also, that game's early access, so who knows what's even...
Yeah. Who can say if that story's even fully canon at this point?
Yeah.
Let's just say, let me try and remind you, the story they're weaving with the daughter with 3 legs.
Oh, right. I forgot about her. I was too fixated on the like billionaires in there, like apocalyptic, like what's the term? Bolt hole.
Like you're safe. You're like
their safe room, their underground utopia that of course went bad.
You are sent there to kind of exfiltrate, I think, this family or to check up on them. I'm not 100% clear, but you're sent there to do this thing, and you discover the madness that has ensued on the island.
Oh, and it's something.
And then there is some kind of ending where some people will get on a helicopter and leave.
Pretty sure that ending is not even the same now as it was when we saw it. So.
How about this? Let's say it's an honor to be on this list, Sons of the Forest. Maybe we'll see you next year.
It is a story of the year. It is not our story of the year.
Sons of the Forest.
Yes, I look forward to version 0.8 of that story.
Yeah. All right. We're back on the list now with still a number of games here. Looking over, filling airtime for the podcast while I look, making sure nothing yells at me.
How does El Paso Elsewhere wrap up, or did you finish that?
I did.
How does it go?
So the main thing with that game and its storytelling is that in a lot of ways, it is a tribute to Max Payne. Most of the story is delivered in long, somewhat, purple monologues by the main character, James Savage, who is there to kill his ex-girlfriend, who is also the vampire demoness that is trying to end the world. The main thing about that game and its story, is that the relationship story is actually really well rendered and told through that narration. Yes, it's a lot of the hard-boiled monologue stuff, but the thing is, if it was just aping the Max Payne thing and not kind of doing its own thing, I don't think it would have really registered for me. I would have said, oh, that's pretty neat, and then never really thought that much about it again. But the writing is really strong for those monologues. The way that the relationship between James and Draculae, your ex, is, I don't know, it's really well performed. And I think it's ultimately that game is about that relationship. It's less about the end of the world and more about sort of the fracture between these two people that just happens to have this violent supernatural element to it. And I'm just genuinely super impressed with both the quality of the writing and also the performances between the two main characters. There isn't a lot of Draculae in, but there is some flashback conversation with her. And those moments, I think, are really, really strong.
Is a lot of the story told in the kind of inner monologue throughout the level?
A lot of it is, yes. In between each level, which, the levels are both basically run around environment, shoot werewolves and vampires.
Yeah.
But the actual story is just really, again, the focus on the relationship aspect of it was the thing I did not know about as much going in, and it was the thing that impressed me the most.
Okay. You're saying keep it on there.
It's one of my favorite stories this year. I feel like they fully nail, again, it's a game that is, you can feel sometimes around the edges them struggling with trying to make something that is, I think, a little bit more ambitious than they've ever tried to make before.
Yeah.
but the storytelling never has that. Like, it never feels anything other than like pretty, like audacious and assured in a way that I think is really impressive.
Love it. Storytelling.
Also, from what I've seen, the dream sequence, like the weird reality bending stuff, probably better than actual Max Payne.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot more supernatural, obviously, because it's dealing with like vampires and other things like that. The thing you are descending into is not just a hotel, but it is the void where the ritual that Dracula is performing is taking place, and it starts meshing other environments like graveyards and other things kind of into that environment. And again, they're working with fairly simple visuals, but like they do a lot with those fairly simple visuals.
All right, keeping it.
I'm keeping it for now. I want to keep it for now.
I'm cutting The Invincible. I didn't finish it. I like the story so far. It's mostly a narrative game. Obviously, The Invincible. Stanislav.
Oh yeah, what is
Stanislav Lem.
Lem. Okay.
Yeah,
I believe that's right.
It's neat, but I can't speak to how it wraps up, even though I've enjoyed it so far. So, maybe I'll see you. Maybe I'll see you again. Maybe I'll see you again another time
in the future.
In the future on Mars, or sorry, not Mars. It's not Mars.
I got one I can take off.
Oh, okay.
I think with Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, the thing that is most impressive to me is not necessarily the storytelling or like the uniqueness of the story in the grander context of all things Yakuza / Like a Dragon. It's more that they told a story that absolutely had no reason to exist. And they did a good job of it.
Okay.
I'm sort of stealing a line here from one Matthew Kessler, America's Sweetheart, who also kind of said this, and I fully agree with him. There is no good reason to make a full game out of what is essentially, the interstitial backstory for why Kiryu shows up in the last Yakuza game. But they do a lot more with it than you would expect, especially for what is supposed to be a smaller, shorter game. I mean, I still end up spending like a little over 20 hours in that thing. And the way it wraps up and ties itself back into the last Like a Dragon game, I think is actually pretty well done. But all of that said, it's still one of these games. It's not like a uniquely amazing story. It's just justifies itself way better than it has any right to.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say some of Kessler's tweets about that game really made me sit up and go like, huh.
Yeah.
Wow, they seem to have, this game seems to have really punched above its weight for what it is.
I mean, I think part of it is the fact that, you're back with Kiryu after a fairly long time away from him being the protagonist. I think 2018 was when Yakuza 6 came out. And I think there is definitely a little bit of aw, man, our boy came home. Good to see him again, I think that kind of helps propel it a lot. But they do a fair amount with, the weird, shadowy secret agent stuff. They introduce one really good new side character who is Akame, who is the jack-of-all-trades lady that kind of houses you and kind of gives you the opportunities in the game to go do cool shit. I think she shows up in the next game, too, so that, I'm kind of glad. I thought she was a pretty neat addition. There wasn't necessarily, like I said, the actual storytelling is good and par for the course with what the studio generally does. But again, I think the bigger thing is that they pulled something out of this story that I would not have expected to be as good or interesting as it is.
That's cool, and that probably bodes well for the next full game.
Yeah, I'm hope so. Yeah,
that's pretty exciting. Okay,
but it is not my top 3 for sure. So I would say we can take it off.
I am torn on Mortal Kombat 1.
Oh, that's fair.
Their storytelling technique has never been better. My God, man! Those are some of. I never even thought I would say this about a Mortal Kombat game. That's some of the best in-game CG I think I have seen ever.
Yeah, good direction.
The direction is amazing. The actual story kind of does not get there, or sort of falls apart. I think by the end a bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's well, we don't need to. We did a whole spoiler cast about that game. We don't need to go through all that stuff again. But it's very up and down to me. It was a really cool story in spots, but as a whole. much less satisfying than 11 to me.
I agree. It felt like where 11 had novelty to it, this felt like it didn't go far enough. It kind of pulled some punches and
yes.
Didn't dare to be as kind of wild as maybe they go with the fatalities even. You know, it feels a little safe.
Yeah. I feel like the coolest idea it has is the idea that even though the universe has been rebooted, like certain characters are just fated to become what they are, you know? Like there's a totally different reason why Melina is a monster.
Yeah.
You know, there's a different, like Kenshi still ends up blinded in a different way. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of like some predestination kind of stuff that seems kind of neat, but they don't do a ton with that even.
And I think,
and then it also just raises the larger question of like, what is this franchise at this point? Like, where are they going with this? Are they doomed to just keep remaking their old work over and over? I don't know.
I think the thing that like was kind of a letdown for me is that they set up a lot of stuff at the beginning with like this idea of Raiden as a human character now, and you know, like his relationship to Kung Lao, and then the stuff with like the Lin Kuei ninjas and stuff. And then by the time it gets about halfway through the story, it kind of just doesn't care about any of that anymore. It really just becomes about, and then this is a spoiler here, it becomes about evil Shang Tsung, you know, kind of like wandering his way back in and just sort of like, you know, just trying to kick Liu Kang's ass again. And I feel like the actual details of the characters were way more interesting to me than this larger apocalyptic plot that they essentially throw everything else out for to focus on.
Yeah.
And, well, I'll just say also, just on the kind of general story beats, it's multiverse stuff at the end. And that's...
Oh, yeah, totally.
And then we just multiverse our way out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not particularly good or inventive multiverse stuff. It's kind of a crutch, it feels like.
Stung Lao.
So I will say that where 11 and that kind of lead up in that arc felt like it was there to service rebooting this trilogy. This one feels like it is in service of a thing that maybe doesn't exist except on a whiteboard in development, which feels like a create a character thing for Mortal Kombat. It feels like this exists to be able to make your Stung Lao or whatever you want on your own. But what is not in the game, they have to put that in at some point, right? Like
maybe I think I'm not an authority. I think one or more of the games in the PS2 era may actually have had something along those lines, and I think that might have actually been sort of a tribute to that.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I will say, if you're going to base half your story on evil Shang Tsung, that's a really good evil Shang, like that Shang Tsung performance. If we were doing best voice actor or best performance, that might be my winner. It's like that, and like that dude and Ben Starr from Final Fantasy 16 are probably like my favorite voice actors this year.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean it's hard.
That was an amazing Shang Tsung.
It's hard to come in and just fill the shoes of Cary Hiroyuki Tagawa, who, you know, I mean, basically has become the de facto Shang Tsung in all media, and you know, I think he nailed that performance. Like he absolutely captured the spirit of what like Tagawa was doing, and like has that exact same kind of like slithering feel to him that is like very distinctive. I also think the guy who does the current Johnny Cage was quite good. But yeah, I just, you know, we talked about 11 and the things that it's setting up for this game. The thing is, it wasn't all the setup. Like, the actual story of that game, I think, was probably the best they have done in terms of both making you care about the characters in a way that is surprising and also just telling, like, a pretty solid through-line narrative. Here, it felt like a lot of that setup just kind of fizzled out into not anything that interesting. And while there are good performances and some good story beats, it just did not feel nearly as cohesive as the last one.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I have cut it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they also took their time with 9, 10, and 11, right? Like to kind of make that story work. All right. Anybody else got anything they want to call out immediately here?
I'm not sure Final Fantasy 16 is going to make it through here. It's got some good story, but then it also gets really bogged down at a point.
Okay.
So, like, surprisingly, all the political strife, warring kingdoms, like, you know, nobles at each other's throats stuff was kind of my favorite part of it. Well, mixed with the anime kaiju.
Sure.
Like, the fact that I'm trying to think what, God, what other property was I about to compare this to? It's like other properties where like it feels like every single player in the story just happens to turn out to have magical powers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like a superhero thing where it's like even the incidental characters, like the boys or something like that. You know, like even the characters who are explicitly written to not be the superpowered characters, sooner or later are going to end up becoming superheroes, at least temporarily.
Oh, you mean like Star
Wars?
What I mean?
Like, this is a very minor spoiler. It's more just a funny moment in the game. But the dog that you grow up with, that you are reunited with in adulthood, even the dog turns out to be a magical dog.
Of course.
Like, there's a moment where the dog's powers emerge. It's just like, of course, nobody in the story is not a superhero. But there's a ton of filler in this game, which is mostly side quests, to be fair. You don't have to play those, but like all the side material just really drags the main story down, and also it starts getting very Final Fantasy at a point where it's just like, oh, now there are interdimensional beings involved, and things are getting like complex in a way that I feel like you had a good story going, and that's getting muddied now. So it can probably go here. I'm guessing. I like parts of it, but I'm guessing it's not going to make it.
Oh, we can keep it on for now.
Everything else here. What is our this might get cut but is not being cut yet? Italics. And an asterisk if it's like getting flagged for the top 3. I don't know. I'll just leave it for now. It will almost certainly go.
I'll cut Fort Solis. I think it's like interesting as a story, but we've been there before. It is basically I don't want to undermine it too much, and this is going to sound like I really am undermining it a whole bunch here, but it's space base, abandoned space facility that you're walking around in, and something terrible has happened in it, and there's an antagonist basically hunting you. Troy Baker is basically hunting you, but the real story is they were making like a food out of this on Mars. And the plants they were growing had some toxin in it. I believe this is a story. Toxin in it. And the corporation wanted to cover that up and send the food to Earth. And I think Troy Baker's character was trying to stop them, but he winds up being the antagonist. By stopping them, he kills everybody to stop a pandemic from reaching Earth. And you basically have to stop that. But like, it's not told explicitly well. And also just feels a little like trodden ground, you know? Like I don't know, Dead Space also came out this year, and while it's not the same story, you can feel, you know, that's an action game. This is not an action game, but
you can feel it brushing up against some similar things.
Yeah. So Fort Solis, while I think is not a terrible game, nor is it a terrible story, it just felt very familiar to me. Let's say. And wouldn't make my top. Wouldn't make a top 3 for me.
It's kind of how I feel about Oxenfree 2.
Okay, yeah.
Which is to say that I think that the storytelling techniques that they applied in their previous games are on display here, and I still think that studio is very good at creating fairly natural sounding dialogue and interactions between characters. But the actual story of Oxenfree 2 did not do a lot for me. I didn't think it was bad. It just didn't really register with me the way the first game did. Yeah, and it kind of messes around with the first. I mean, Oxenfree and Oxenfree 2 have a lot of choice in them and different endings. Yeah. And it kind of picks it feels like it picks one of the timelines from the first one and sticks with it in a way that those characters are trapped in the whatever it is, the static, they're trapped in the noise. And they're the kind of antagonists for this game in a way that when I played these back to back because I had not played Oxenfree, so I was kind of playing Oxenfree and then Oxenfree 2. And I was like, oh, great, I think I saved everyone and I got the good ending. And then to find out that I think it's Alex is one of the main characters is still trapped in the static, and there's a lot of timeline loop, and maybe it can all be explained. But I'm with you, Alex. I think having played them back to back, I think Oxenfree was stronger than Oxenfree 2. Yeah. Doing what it's trying to do and tell its story. Yeah, again, I think that studio has like a good handle on how to tell these kinds of stories. I think that going back to the well on this one, they didn't have as much for it as the first game did.
Yeah. Even gameplay wise, it felt extremely similar. So yeah, I'm with you on the cut. All right, we're starting to get into it.
Yeah. So here's a question I have.
Yeah.
Did you think the storytelling in Spider-Man 2 was that good? I think it's a good story.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they, despite having the problem that a lot of modern superhero media has, where it's too many villains and too much shit going on, they've balanced that stuff better than a lot of other things that have the too many villains and too much shit going on problem. But the split narrative thing for me was always a little awkward in my mind. Like, I think Miles' story does not feel nearly as fleshed out as what they are doing with Peter and Harry in this game. And while I think Miles' stuff does come to a pretty good conclusion with Mr. Negative and all the stuff involving his like quest for vengeance, I do kind of feel like it's not so much a split narrative as it is Peter featuring Miles.
Kinda. I mean, they do crisscross. I mean, the stories do crisscross each other in spots. But like Miles definitely feels like he's just kind of sidelined for a big chunk of the middle of the game. I feel like it's just really. I mean, I'm not a comic book guy. I'm not speaking from total authority here, but I feel like it's probably just really hard to do the Venom story while you're also trying to do another story at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like the Venom story ideally would be the only story, right? If you're going to do that. So it's just inevitably something else is going to have to like take a backseat for a while if you're actually going to. Because even then, I didn't feel like they could have done more with the Venom stuff than they did even, but clearly they started to say maybe bit off more than they could chew. I don't think that's fair because like it is ultimately like a pretty successful. It's like a pretty well told story overall.
I think it is, yeah. And I think the Kraven stuff, like I was definitely starting to get a little antsy by the time that storyline kind of wrapped up. But I actually think the way that they finally tied those like Venom and Kraven together is probably one of the strongest story moments in the game.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked how much I cared about the Kraven stuff, or thought he was an effective villain, I guess I should say, because like. When they unveiled him in that whatever stream, they were like, hey, this is the villain of Spider-Man 2. A, I had never heard of Kraven before at all. Mm-hmm. B, I was like, dude, are you scraping the bottom of the villain barrel already? Is this the best Spider-Man villain you have left? Like, just dude with knives? But, like, he ends up being quite threatening and, like, has actual personality and... Like, there's some good interplay there.
And they give him a good reason for being there. Yeah. Like, it's a little hacky at the beginning, but, like, once he's there and once you start getting into the meat of, like, what he's actually after, I think that stuff resonates a lot better. And the thing is, despite the fact that it is essentially two halves, it is the Kraven half and it is the Venom half does not feel like it gets short shrift. Like, there's more they could have done with it, but I think they create an appropriately apocalyptic story that is not just about, you know, not Eddie Brock in this case, but the guy who is Venom, and more about the larger symbiote problem, which you could probably do a trilogy of games around how fucking weird some of that symbiote stuff gets from the comics. Like, I don't even know if they've got into the Null stuff at all. I don't remember that at all, but, like, there's a lot that happens with the symbiotes in the comic history. But... For basically giving it half a game, it doesn't feel like it's a nothing or tossed off.
Yeah, I didn't mind the story, the way they do it, I think, as much as you did. I think some of my stuff just felt a little roundabout and like the stuff with the back and forth with the symbiote suit felt weird, and it's very comic booky, and maybe this is a harsh criticism for a comic book game, but like trying to justify the powers with keeping the Venom powers but the negative Venom powers, and then being like, well, you went down this upgrade tree, we're not just going to take the Venom powers away.
That's where it strains a bit. Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was just kind of like contrived in a gleeful way, you know. It was very much just like, okay, yes, we know this is extremely stupid, but we also know these powers we came up with are kind of great, so here you go.
Like, what are we going to do? Hey, stop you from having them?
Here's a suit that's just the inverse of the suit you had before. Yep. Hey, it's an all-white suit now, but it looks exactly the same.
It's like very dumb, I thought, but like...
It's just, yeah.
No, it's because Mr. Negative touched him and now he's white instead of black, get it?
Right, like they literally call it the anti-Venom suit.
Right, yes. But yeah, there was some emotional weight to some of the Harry stuff, even though they really turned the corny factor up for some of it, and the amusement park stuff was cool. But it was like, okay, it worked, and worked.
Yeah, like I don't want to like this is Spider-Man 2 is absolutely one of my favorite games of the year.
Yeah, it's
like,
in my
I
top
don't
10,
wanna-
100%.
And I think the overall story is good. I'm not ready to cut it yet,
okay.
but I do. I definitely somewhat agree with Alex on parts of it. Felt a little herky jerky, or it's like, when are we getting back to this other thing? Or it's just they just had a lot to juggle, and I'm not surprised that it was hard to do that elegantly at every step.
And I think they did a good job overall. Like, the thing is, I'm not saying they did a bad job telling their slightly overstuffed story. I think if anything, they did a surprisingly good job with it. I just don't know that it is necessarily one of the top strongest stories for me out of some of the others on this list.
TBD. Let's leave it there for now.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to take off Golden Idol Mysteries, The Spider of Lanka, and Lemurian Vampire. Those are the DLCs for the Golden Idol, or the Case of the Golden Idol. I think they're fantastic additions to the Case of the Golden Idol, but I think on their own won't be able to punch in this category against some of these other heavy hitters. But they are expanding the lore of that series of Golden Idol games in a fun and interesting way. And I think the stories are interesting, but just not, they're not big enough and expansive enough really to duke it out for now for this year. So
do those tie into the original, like the mystery?
Yeah,
in the
they're
original
prequels.
game? They're not totally standalone.
No, they
stories?
take place before the events of,
wow.
of the original one. So they, where you start on the other, the expedition starts with that prologue. It
like on the cliff.
Yes, it leads up into that.
Oh, okay, sure.
Which is cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, that's neat.
But again, like it's a smaller scope for these stories. While I think it is very well done, and I think that game has some of the best storytelling, I just think it's not going to necessarily hang here, if you will. Hang.
You said it.
I'm tempted to flag Breakout 13 for top 3 just for its sheer audacity and what the hellness.
I could see. I could see it. It's.
I don't know that it's one of the best told stories of the year. It's definitely one of the best delivered as far as FMV is concerned.
Like easily. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, this is maybe more gameplay, but like trying to actually get some of the good endings or get through the, what I mean, like
the nightmare,
get through the scenarios,
the pathing.
Yeah, like getting like figuring out how to get to some of the good parts of the story is not great, but man. I think it's a hell of a production.
Of a story about a revolution inside a school, be it based on reality or not, it is a pretty engaging story for what they're doing and the characters, they do a pretty good job of making characters in this FMV game over the course of the 2 parts. So it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. I'd leave it up there.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't make it. But
we do have to cut some things at some point. So
yes.
Yeah.
I think the story in Star Wars Jedi Survivor is not lackluster. That's too harsh. Is not stand out enough for me to stay in this list for my personal list. There are plenty of betrayals. There are plenty of Jedi things happening. There is some Darth Vader. But I just think kind of like Fort Solis, it felt pretty familiar already, and some of the beats you can start anticipating. I mean, basically the story in this game is, without getting too unnecessarily spoilery, is like there's this hidden planet. You guys all saw episode 9. Remember there's that planet that's far away, and you have to traverse the outside of the known galaxy or whatever it is, and you need the Horcrux or whatever he has to do it. It's a very similar thing. There's a planet outside of the known systems. Ages ago in the Old Republic, there was this Jedi who can guide the way, wanted to take Jedi there to train, that got attacked. He felt betrayed. He was put in stasis, became a dark Jedi. Fast forward, you're on the heels of the Empire kind of wiping out the rebellion, and this planet might be a good place to stage the building of a rebellion. You're basically trying to find this planet and move people there. Along the way, you fight Jedi, fallen Jedi, and are betrayed, and so on and so forth. Some characters die in it from the first game. They don't make it. But overall, maybe it's Star Wars fatigue. Maybe this is a sequel fatigue. But
I could see it.
For me, it didn't resonate.
That's fine. I did not play as much of it as I expected to, so I'll definitely defer to you on that one. Like I mean, I've said before, I thought the first game like was better than it should have been on the story front.
Yeah, I like the first one. I like this one too. I just found myself kind of like being like, yeah, sure, of course, yes, my way through the story, which, Cal's a bit of a different character in this one too. He's
sure.
A little more world weary. So I think Star Wars Jedi Survivor,
pretty good, maybe not one of the best.
I wouldn't put it in my 3 this year. I'd take Breakout over it.
That's a wild thing to say,
okay.
but you know what? I'm going to let you have that one.
Mm-hmm. On stories that deliver, I'll take it. How
do we feel about the making of Karateka? Like I feel strongly about it, but I also totally could see it not being up here. I mean, it's such a different thing. It's telling a real life story of real people and how a game was made. It's not like a story exactly.
It's a constructed narrative of a real story, though. There's craft in that storytelling and the way they do it. I could see it on this list for sure. I thought the story was fascinating.
It is. I would just say the one thing for me is that, I mean, they are telling it in a way that is somewhat similar to the Atari documentary that they did last year. I think the one thing I was maybe a little less bought in on with this one was that it just kind of felt like they dropped you in to that, like, those interviews with Jordan and his father, and a lot of like kind of the, it didn't feel like it had much ramp up of this, like what the story they were going to tell. It just kind of dropped you into like, okay, so Karateka, you know what this is, right? You know who Jordan Mechner is, right? All right, let's just go. And I felt like there was a little bit of context that like the Atari stuff had that this one didn't have.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like the first interview, if you go chronologically, the first interview with him and his dad is just like, clearly, I think that the producers have been talking to them for some time by that time. You know what I mean? They're just kind of almost in the middle of a conversation. Like I'm sure editorial is hard for these things because you go out and shoot a bunch of material with people you have limited time with, and then you have to come back and assemble it into something like a narrative order. And maybe the material you've got isn't always exactly ideal for where you put it, but I do get what you mean.
They also struggle a little bit, I think, with some of the non-involved people who come in and talk about Karateka, because some of them just don't have that much interesting to say, but they have the interviews and they need to do something with them.
Yeah, I think the very first video in the entire timeline is people like Tom Hall and John Tobias, which, like, those guys are awesome. They made some of my favorite games ever. It's awesome to hear them talk about anything, but having that be the very first thing you see, I could have used maybe a little, like you said, a little more context, or it's just origin.
Like minor editorial decisions like that. Like,
yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, it still works quite well.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't have any fondness for Karateka. I have no real experience with that game, but I still found the story of it and the way it was put together really interesting. And I think that's what these games, these experiences are really meant for, is not just giving the story to people who already know what it is, but actually giving education to people that maybe don't necessarily know why this game is important. And, I think that is what the value is. And I think that's why I'm maybe just a little bit harder on some of the editorial decisions, because as someone who doesn't know a whole lot about Karateka other than its very basic reputation, I just kind of wanted a little more context for some of the things that went into it before they just started making Karateka.
Yeah. I think this thing does get a substantial lift from the fact that Jordan Mechner seems like an amazing documentarian of his own life.
Totally.
Like, straight up, like, going through this straight up made me wish I had kept a journal through my life. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think I would have ever had the discipline to stick with it, but it absolutely made me wish, like, especially, and that's kind of why this thing is cool to me, because it's more the story of, like, one person and his dad, and some other stuff, but it's like, it's very much a developer who was driven to do a thing, and so, like, you get so much insight into, like, what his college years were like, and stuff. Like, this guy's obviously incredibly gifted. Like, he was writing mathematics articles at 13 and submitting them to magazines, and, like, he went to Yale, but he never went to class because he was too obsessed with making games. And I don't know. And there's so much, like I said, all the graph paper designs that he kept, and just the daily journals and everything. There's just so much material there that's just like such a robust portrait of a guy who kind of changed the industry in a way.
And also an industry, like you get a lot of the correspondence between Jordan and publishing and changes and like versioning, and you could see, pushback and I think it's a really interesting tale, well told. I could see it on this list, but I do know we have to winnow this list down a bit. I'm not sure I'm ready to cut that one yet.
Okay, well then I'll defer to that. I just assumed that one would go. I would say my piece about it and it would go, but I'm happy to leave it for now.
Again, these are a very personal list. I love Karateka and hearing that stuff, and I love the stories of early development in those days where it just felt like you were making anything.
My favorite thing in that whole thing, I didn't get through the entire timeline yet, but I've seen a good chunk of it. But like the bit early on where, and I think his dad like razzes him about this a little bit, about always wanting quarters or something. Like he loved asteroids so much. At a point, once he got his hands on an Apple II, he realized he could just make his own clone of asteroids. Mm-hmm. Like that's how capable this guy was at like 14 or whatever, that he was like, hey, I don't have to keep scrounging quarters to go play asteroids in the arcade if I just program my own version of asteroids.
I think my favorite stuff from these, or from this one too, and a lot of these, is the things you never realized were concessions for the hardware. Yeah. And then stuff like you couldn't animate and do sound at the same time on the original version. So that's why everybody stops and then there's like a dramatic beat and then people move again, which I always thought was just like a choice in the cinematic stylings of it. But like, no, there wasn't enough memory to do both of these things at a time, or whatever it was, whatever process it was. So I think that stuff's fascinating. Again, let's come back to it as we kind of move down this list. I'm slowly starting to form a top three in my head for this. I'm going to say Alan Wake 2 is going to be up in my top three. So I don't know if you guys
have
agree.
A hard time arguing against that.
But yeah, I'm definitely fine with that.
Okay, so I feel like maybe we could even just bold Alan Wake 2 at this point.
Yeah, let's keep that one on there. I'm gonna put up Venba for elimination. That is one of my favorite stories this year. There are others on this list I feel maybe slightly stronger about, though. It is a really sweetly delivered, but also, a little bit melancholy, a little bit, it's very thoughtful story of an immigrant family, South Asian family moving to Canada. It's, a lot of it is told from the perspective of the mother, who, is sort of trying to assimilate herself into this culture while also raising a child in a culture that is not their own, and sort of, brushing up against the conflicts that come from, the child wanting to essentially, live, that child is effectively Canadian. And so, like, going to school with Canadian children, finds themselves, sometimes being called weird or otherwise, treated differently because, their parents don't do the same things and eat the same foods and do the kind, live the kind of life that, like, the average, let's just say, white Canadian person probably does. And a lot of the story is kind of told through recipes and food, and, the interstitial gameplay, a lot of it is built around, making food and sort of like celebrating the food of their culture. And it's really good. Like, I would recommend it to anyone. It is short, but it knows exactly what it has storytelling wise and delivers on it. I think it's not overly saccharine. Like, it's sweet without, like, kind of undercutting its emotional punch. It's really well done. There are just a few other stories on here I maybe feel slightly more strong about, but it definitely was one of my favorite, like, surprise, like, narratives this year.
It's still a game. I did not play it. It's still a game I really want to get to at some point. Maybe it's something I will get to during break. I also just really like the presentation on it. I think that game looks so cool. I love that art style.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that core idea of, like, immigrants, that struggle or that tension between, like, immigrants, like, trying to carry on something of their culture, but then the inevitability that, eventually your offspring are going to assimilate.
Yeah.
And, like, that difficulty is, like, a really emotionally potent kind of theme.
And it's really good at delivering its emotional beats without being overly maudlin about it. Like, I think that, it keeps an airy tone and a kind of celebratory tone, especially when it comes to the food. And, but also it has punch. It has some good emotional beats in it. And yeah, I don't know. Like, it was just one of those things that kind of came out of nowhere for me. And I was just like, this is great. Like, I was super engrossed in it for as long as it lasted.
All right.
Well, on that note, it's cut.
Then,
it is. I just wanted to say my piece for it. Again, I do think it is one of my favorite stories this year. There are just a few others on this that I just feel more strongly about.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I think we could take off Horizon Forbidden West, Burning Shores. It's very similar. It actually kind of oddly swerves the story from where Forbidden West leaves off, in that they introduce another Far Zenith person after you've thought you've dealt with them all, in a way that's like, but wait, there's one more guy. And then you kind of go and take on this guy who's kind of running a cult full of I think the Quen are the people there. It's okay, but it's mostly a vehicle to set up whatever's coming next again, which feels like, I don't know if that's more DLC coming or whatever Horizon 3 is.
I'm guessing it's probably whatever Horizon 3 is.
Yeah, they also only did one DLC for the first game as well, so I would guess that'll be the case again. Not to get too inside baseball, that came out before Lance Reddick passed, right?
His voice is in it, so he's got dialogue options in it, and I believe they have a I think it did, and they added in some kind of memorial in it. You can visit a spot that pays tribute.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think they've said how they're gonna like Destiny very quickly. I mean, granted, that's a live service game, so Bungie very quickly came out and said how they were going to handle his passing, having him be a major character in their game. But I don't think Guerrilla has really addressed that.
I don't know. He is definitely involved in this one for sure, and he is involved towards the end of this one as well.
Yeah.
So your setup is you have a new threat coming. In this game, you are searching for a way to handle that new threat, and by the end of this game, you have leads on some new leads with that character, Lance's character, to handle that threat. So that just sounds like it's Silence, right? Is the name of the character thing?
Yeah, Silence.
So again, it's okay story. It's fun to play through. Obviously, I really enjoyed it. I'll probably be on my top 10 list. But it's like. There's other stuff on here that I think is exploring different and better ground, or more fertile ground, let's say. All right, now this list. I'm just going to read down this list of stuff right now. We've got Chants of Sennaar, Deliver Us Mars, Alan Wake 2, which has been bolded, El Paso Elsewhere, Dredge still on the list, Breakout 13 on the list, Making of Karateka on the list, Thirsty Suitors, Final Fantasy 16, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and Baldur's Gate 3. We've got some ones to talk about here.
Whew.
Is Baldur's Gate 3 a lock for top 3?
Baldur's Gate 3 a lock for top 3. I did not finish Baldur's Gate 3 yet, and one of the reasons is I'm concerned with, are they adding more story to Baldur's Gate 3?
Seems like yes.
They are definitely changing or doing kind of annotations to the story in the epilogues and stuff as we go forward. I would lock it on mine just because of the flexibility, or the seeming flexibility in the story. Again, I don't know how all the lines converge, but there seems to be a lot of threads to kind of juggle, and maybe sometimes too many threads, given some of the weird narrative conflicts and collisions I have hit in certain places. But yeah, I think the story and the opportunity for building what feels like a unique story could lock it for me.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I read a number of reviews of that game when it came out in final, and obviously you've seen a bajillion people talk about it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody just say hey, the story is good, or even say what it's about.
Yeah,
it's it's so much about the different characters and the choices you can make and how reactive it is, and it's you know, the story may be fine, but like nobody talks about what the sort of A plot in the game even hardly really is, you know, because it's so much. It almost seems like it's like the most role playing of role playing games, you know, because like it is so much about what you do and how you decide to do things and how that reacts and stuff.
It feels A plot wise very similar to the Mass Effect series, where like, yeah, okay, existential threat for everybody,
right?
Okay, but really the stories are on the margins and the character stories, and those are the best ones.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm not knocking it at all. It's just a different type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the main story is like, look, these people have summoned these the Ball and his brothers, and they.
Wait a minute, Ball is in this?
Dude,
no.
Not only is Ball in this, and again,
Ball
there's a
is
lot
life.
of spoilers. You are fighting at some point. You take on the bosses from a boss from the previous Baldur's Gate, because there's a Ball cult in it. Which is fun. Again, it's a really fun thing, but those are on the margins of kind of the main story. So you have these three people that have made pacts with with Ball and his brothers to basically take. Now it does sound kind of like Mass Effect, to take and control a brain, which is a mind flayer giant hive mind thing, by using this old magical item, right? Remember how do you control is it Saren? Who is that? What's the Reaper, the big Reaper that they want to control, or in the original Mass Effect, in Mass Effect 1?
Sovereign,
right? And he was like, and you fight is it Saren who you fight at the end, who's under
Saren is
and he's like, I can control it, you can't control it. And same thing with like the elusive man. It feels very much like that. Like, you think you have control, you'll never have control of this thing. It feels like the A plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of ways to go about that and to interact with that story. And along the way, you are finding just mountains of other things to do. It is a deep RPG, and also feels like the writing itself in those are just fantastic. And I'll just remind you, there is that complete other character, the Dark Urge character that they wrote in to specifically just have like kind of a weirder run through the whole thing. That's a unique character to play through that has different dialogue options because they have a unique story. So I think that stuff is fantastic and great. Technical stuff aside, and also kind of putting aside the parts where they are maybe patching in or catching up to where they want the story to be. But I'm not starting to say that's a light thing, because it actually kept me from finishing that game for a while, and continues to. I feel like every time I put it down and pick it back up, finally they just drop another patch that is like, we added this other thing, and be like, well, okay, well, at some point I'm going to finish this game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this character has a whole new ending.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we talk about Alan Wake 2 in the end, some of that stuff happened there too with the final draft, and they added in stuff post-release that is kind of important to the story. But I still think Alan Wake deserves to be on this list, and I think Baldur's Gate 3 deserves to be on this list. It's got some of the best storytelling, has some of the most storytelling.
Yeah.
Man, I gotta play more of that game. Like, hearing you mention Ball, I just Googled something very briefly, and like, did you ever read the Avatar trilogy and Forgotten Realms?
No.
Did you read a lot of those books? Like, I don't play D&D tabletop, but I read a ton of Forgotten Realms books when I was like 13. Fuck, man, like, just looking at this list of names, that whole trilogy is about all the gods of Forgotten Realms being made mortal. And getting the shit kicked out of them. Because the gods, just like the Greek pantheon, the gods are real good at pissing people off. And the second the gods are vulnerable.
Hey, look.
You know,
everyone descends.
But anyway, point is just like, you know, you mentioning some of those gods. I'm like, man, my 13-year-old self would really like to play this game. I should get back to that.
It's super fun. I played so much of this game. I played it with friends. I played it with my family. I played it by myself. And the reason I keep playing it over and over is because I want to poke at it and try different story stuff and see if I can make it a little different. I am a little bored of doing the first 20 minutes, the first hour of it. I would like to be able to just bypass that quickly at this point, but still having a great time with it. I think the narrative stuff is fantastic. Good job, Kevin Van Ord. You did it.
Can't believe he did it all by himself.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either.
All right, there's only like 3 or 4 things we haven't talked about here.
Yeah.
I think Deliver Us Mars can go now that we're kind of deeper in it, and if we started talking about stuff for my list. Deliver Us Mars is an interesting story. It's a follow-up to Deliver Us the Moon. It tells the story of what happened after that game. It's another story of humanity having a crisis, and the people that were on the moon that were supposed to save humanity, the team there basically is like, Earth is fucked. Let's just abandon Earth and go start a planet somewhere else and take the technology we were supposed to save. Like, they're not going to be saved. We'll take the technology we were going to use to save Earth, and we can save humanity, but we can't save Earth is their idea. And so they go to Mars, and then you're on a mission from Earth, who's now really dying, to be like, what the hell happened? They took the technology. Where did they go? And sprinkle in a bunch of like familial issues in there too. It's a fun story. It's interesting, especially if you played Deliver Us the Moon. But I also really like sci-fi stories like that. But again, it's ground we've covered a bunch of times. And while it's good, I wouldn't say it's the most novel thing I'm going to have on this list. And this isn't most novel storytelling. I know that.
No.
But for me, that carries a lot of weight when you're really looking at something, be like, either I've never seen that before, or I didn't think you could do that is really impressive. What else haven't we talked about?
I think it's just Thirsty Suitors and Chants of Sennaar are the only things.
And Dredge. We haven't talked
about
about
Dredge.
God, I still can't believe Dredge was this year.
Yeah. Was that early this year?
It was very early this year.
It was like March.
Dredge can probably go. I feel like that's more of an atmosphere game.
Yeah.
Than necessarily the story. It's more of like, this is a really oppressive, weird, old gods style place to live in. Mm-hmm. The story is interesting, and it is motivating to keep you going and discover what's going on, but it's not necessarily that engrossing. It's cool. It's great.
Yeah.
Dredge is a fantastic game. It's going to be on my list. It might be near the top of it. It is an awesome game. The DLC that came out, which I think is like $2 or $3, also pretty fun. It's just cool. It's very Cthulhu, old gods, Tales of the Sea, the horrors don't. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets, kind of thing. Yeah, Dredge can probably go. Play Dredge. It's fantastic. Chants of Sennaar, I think, is great. That's the one that you're translating all the languages. I think the story is actually pretty good. It's a Tower of Babel story where you are kind of, there are these groups, these kind of tribes of people in the tower that have kind of casted themselves or made casts, and they don't communicate with each other. And at the top of the tower, you find all these people hooked into, again, spoilers, VR, and they basically, they built the tower, and they have just given up on basically ever, they're like, oh, man, reality sucks, and we're just gonna, and you are actually there to bring everybody together by doing your language business, to have them start communicating with each other, to find commonality in all of their kind of what their cast finds most valuable to them, right? Each cast is like, we like performing in art, we're warlike, and you kind of find the commonalities and bring them together. It's a neat story, well told, I think. I would leave it on here for now. Who can say as we kind of take this list of maybe 10 games down, but I would leave it on there for now.
There's a decent chance that Thirsty Suitors might end up being my game of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wow.
I don't know. I have not fully structured my top 10 list, but I can tell you it ranks very highly right now. So this is a game that is a lot of things. Especially in terms of storytelling, it is a real kitchen sink approach that combines things like the sort of Persona style, real world JRPG kind of battle stuff with a story that I would say is kind of a mix between Scott Pilgrim and Night in the Woods. It is about a fuck up girl who comes back to town after kind of, bailing on everyone for a number of years to go live with a woman that she has fallen in love with, and then comes back after that went wrong. And it is about her kind of healing the relationships both with her exes and her family as she goes along. It is very irreverent in a way that in a less capable game I think would be kind of unbearable, but they find the tone of this thing really well. Like, it's funny in the right places. It has its occasionally emotionally devastating moments, but like it never gets oppressive with that stuff. Its background stories about a weird cult of kids that have sort of started using an abandoned theme park as a skate park is surprisingly interesting. All the stuff with your family is really good, and the characters are just great, like kind of from top to bottom. Like, your character, Jala, is a fuck up, but not an unlovable fuck up. And like, you kind of root for her, despite the fact that she has definitely fucked these people over in a lot of different ways. But like, her mother is fantastic. Like, she has some real emotional depth to her. Your dad is like generally one of the most charming people I've met in a video game this year. Even the little interstitial bit characters, like people that don't actually even show up in the game, like Uncle Hinty, who is the guy that just gives you hints as you go along, is kind of great.
Uncle Hinty, best new character.
Like, he doesn't even say anything. He just says,
for sure,
Hinty, every time there's a hint. And it's like, it's great. And again, a kitchen sink approach story like this, I feel like could get really muddied and really kind of uninteresting at a certain point once you kind of get past the comedy. But that never happens. Like, the whole time through, I feel like they have a really firm grasp of the reins of what they want to do with these characters and this story. And it's just well delivered in just about every way.
It sounds like a keeper.
For me, it is.
Well,
like, I would even maybe put that above El Paso Elsewhere if we're whittling things down. Again, I think El Paso Elsewhere is fucking fantastic at what it does, and I think the story is surprisingly resonant for a thing that feels like, again, that it's going for kind of like a Max Payne tribute thing. But I don't know, like, I'm just saying, if I have to choose, I think Thirsty Suitors was like the one that really kind of bowled me over this year in terms of like, I expected this to be good. I didn't expect it to be this good.
All right. Well, we're in the final stretch. I think we have mentioned everything at this point. Brad, you just cut Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah, that's not going to stay.
All right.
With everything else here, it's too uneven.
Here we go. We've got Chants of Sennaar, Alan Wake 2, El Paso Elsewhere, Breakout 13, The Making of Karateka, Thirsty Suitors, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and Baldur's Gate 3. Brad, you have highlighted Marvel.
Guessing Spider-Man's not going to... I don't... Spider-Man should probably go.
I would not fight for it over most of the other games on this list.
Yeah, I might, but I don't feel that strongly about it. Like I said, I mean, I like the game quite a bit, but it does... The issues are slight. Like, I don't want to sound too negative about it. Like, overall, I thought the story was very good.
Yeah.
And very well told. Just, they are juggling a lot there. But I mean, even I would probably take... I mean, there's at least two other things on here I would take over it. So, like, I could see it being a third for me, but probably not.
I think I've got three, and it wouldn't be in my three at this point.
Yeah, okay.
Me either.
I don't think that's worth going to bat for.
I'm...
Alan Wake 2 a lock? It is a lock, right? It has to be a lock.
So I think Alan Wake 2 might be my one. Might be my pick.
Yeah.
It's not my one, but it's very high. Very, very high.
I haven't finished it, which is killing me for a multitude of lamentable reasons. But even the few hours of it that I played, like, I'm even willing to say it's probably number one. For me.
It's my number one for on this list because I think it does multiple things that we just talked about throughout talking about all these games. One, I think the story is bananas. I think it is telling a novel story that obviously is taking inspiration from other places, but you just don't see it that much. It is telling that story well through its gameplay. Like, it is incorporating that story into its gameplay in ways that are wild, inventive. There are parts of this game, even though it is basically a kind of gothic horror game, that my kids sat down and watched and like just enjoyed watching. Again, we're talking about spoilers here, but there are just musical numbers in this game where my wife walked in and the kids were watching, and she's like, "Are you still playing Alan Wake 2?"
Yeah, like it kills me that I have not gotten to that part yet. But even like the first talk show sequence just like blew my mind. You know, the way that they're like wrapping characters and identities around and on top of each other. You know, because there's the voice of Alan Wake, there's the face of Alan Wake, there's Alex Casey the character, there's Alex Casey the other character. You know what I mean? There's Sam Lake the character, kind of.
Somebody made a graph, I don't know if you've seen it, but like put all of the Alan Wake characters on a graph and then had lines that are like created in real life, in reality, created in the game. And it's like, you know, Sam portrayed in real life, portrayed in the game. And it's just wild.
Like that stuff, when I got to that first sequence with, I was like blown. I was on the floor. I was like, oh my God, this is, I think it's, I don't want to go all auteur theory here. You know, it's obviously not just Sam Lake making a video game. Like a lot of people worked on Alan Wake 2.
Oh yeah.
But the thing I started to say is like maybe Sam Lake is my David Lynch kind of like, not that I have nothing against David Lynch, but like I feel like what Sam Lake does in that vein or that style of weird storytelling works for me extremely well.
It's your kind of weird.
Or what this game does, you know, again, it was not all him, but you know, like, you know, him, Kojima, people like that have taken a lot of cues from the type of things that Lynch does.
And there's just something really like thoughtful about all the little things that feel like they're in Alan Wake that tie into Control or Max Payne, even though that's not a property they can directly reference, but they do reference, you know, like
that actually is one of my favorite aspects of this game, is that they all but claim Max Payne, even though they don't own Max Payne, like in a really interesting way.
I heard somebody even mention, when I was looking up stuff, somebody mentioned Quantum Break in there to kind of like even tie that in places. Like it's weird. And good. It's a good weird and confusing. I have not finished the final draft yet. I started over. I put it on story mode. Let me just tell you, story mode is a lot of fun when you're just cruising through, blowing everybody away.
It's the way to do it, man.
I played it on normal the first time. This game is not without its issues in terms of gameplay, but just kind of bugs in some parts too. Like they're still patching stuff. They're patching it as we speak. I think a patch just came out yesterday that fixed one of the bugs I ran into. And some of those bugs do affect finding memoir pages, which kind of sucks because that does directly tie into some of the narrative stuff. But I think Alan Wake 2 for this year, you're in tough waters if you're trying to go against Alan Wake 2.
It's pretty hard to argue against what they are trying for and what they actually managed to pull off.
Yeah.
Also, we touched on it in the visuals category. Like a lot of the visual storytelling is just wildly original as well.
Yes.
And innovative.
Yeah. It's
with all the blending of FMV and environments and
And it's just, I mean, this is the kind of story you could really feel getting up its own ass if it was not handled better. You know, like the whole like, you know, writing as sort of reality creation and the way that like Alan's psyche and Saga's stuff and all this shit sort of ties and loops and spirals around itself. Like, there's a version of this game that would be fucking unbearable, and it's extremely not. Like, I think this is a tough one to wrangle, and while I think it does occasionally get out ahead of its skis, when it does, it's still kind of awesome and wild and not just, like, stupid. And I really... There's an assured hand in what they are doing with some really crazy shit, and that's tough. That is very tough.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2, I think, is a lock.
I think so.
Which is going to make the rest of this probably pretty hard.
I think for me, based on the arguments that we've had so far, and by arguments, I mean that very lightly, I think for me, the three for my money is Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, and Thirsty Suitors. That's just my initial off the top of the dome trio.
I'd probably go Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, and oh boy, this is tough. I'm thinking Karateka, Chants, or Breakout. Oh, I can't pick. I don't.
Does it help if I tell you Alan Wake and Making of Karateka are also two of mine?
Making of Karateka is such a great tale, and they just do such a good job of weaving the bits of game in there, and all the documentation. Like, we all know how much work that takes to collate and do all that stuff. No, it's a great pick. Chance is a really great story, and the story is just so tied to the gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And Breakout 13 is just audacious. It's just
there's a lot of audacity in these stories. Like all of these games. I mean, I don't know that I would call Making of Karateka audacious, but I think it is really textured and really detailed in a way that I think makes it justifiable as a consideration here. But a lot of these other stories, Alan Wake, Breakout 13, El Paso, Elsewhere, Thirsty Suitors, there's a real audacity to the stories they are telling, and that audacity never feels like it oversteps telling a good story.
I'm going to say we can cut Chance. I'm going to take that one off. Should we take El Paso off now, Alex?
I just think I'm going to fight harder for Thirsty Suitors. Again, El Paso, Elsewhere, fucking fantastic, amazing narration, nailed it. But I just felt a little more strongly about Thirsty Suitors.
Okay. All right, Brad, take off Breakout 13.
Yeah, that's probably not going to actually make it.
But I mean, it's wild that we're talking about a fucking, out of left field FMV game this deep into these conversations.
Well, like, the thing is, like, when we're playing it, I'm sure you felt the same way. Like, we just wanted to see where it goes. Like, where does this go? How does
I was weirdly hooked on it. Yeah.
Also an FMV game from China, which I feel like Chinese games are just not that well represented in the West or even at all generally. Like, you're finally starting to see more like Black Myth Wukong seems like it might actually be some real shit when that comes out, but there just are not a lot of Chinese developers that are like prominent here.
Yeah, it's changing, but like the sort of popularization of Chinese games in the West is still kind of in its nascent stage.
There've been a couple of FMV games, I think, out of studios out of China, but like nothing that has like really penetrated.
Yeah, and also something that kind of gets into an aspect of Chinese culture with the parental element of the story. Like, I'm actually just now remembering all the stuff with the parents toward the end that is actually incredibly heavy.
Yeah. Well, they send their kids to this boot camp, basically.
Yeah.
It was a video game boot camp, right? Like, get your kids off of video games. And
other things that are distracting you from your schoolwork and bad behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, for those listening, we got Alan Wake 2, The Making of Karateka, Thirsty Suitors, and Baldur's Gate 3 on the list. Again, my pick's going to be Alan Wake 2. My list would be Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate, and Making of Karateka. I have not played Thirsty Suitors, but Alex, you make a very strong case for it, so if it gets on there, I will not be upset.
Yeah. Yeah, my list is the same as Vinny's. Although I have not played a ton of Baldur's Gate. Just a few hours of it, so I can't speak to that like holistically.
I've played, I'd say, about a dozen hours of it, and I think for me, it really is just the construction of it and the sheer variety of ways things can go. And I mean, even those dozen or so hours that I played, I've gone back and looked at how other people approach those situations and just the ways that stuff can branch. And that's a huge undertaking, doing that stuff well. And, by all accounts, it feels like Baldur's Gate 3 really nailed a lot of that. So it's hard for me to argue against it being on this list.
Is this list Alan Wake 2, Thirsty Suitors, and Baldur's Gate?
That's the one I would pick.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to some weird, like, what's our format thing here?
Yeah.
Because we've been cutting it to 3.
Yeah.
I would fight very hard for Thirsty Suitors being on here.
Cutting Baldur's Gate sounds insane, but it also seems like, well, I don't know.
I would fight pretty hard. I would take Baldur's Gate over Making of Karateka. It's a tough cut, but in the end, I would cut it.
What if I was going to put my name next to Karateka, though?
Yeah. And look, if you make your pick,
you think that's the best,
yeah.
I don't know.
Because I think the name next to your thing kind of implies that you think it's the number one.
I'll tell you this. Look, we'll just have a pact. Ready? You put your name. You stamp your name next to Karateka. Alex, you stamp your name next to Thirsty Suitors. I'll put mine next to Baldur's Gate, and then Alan Wake gets cut from the list.
Oh, that's it. No.
That's not where I thought that was.
You want to see how Game of the Year politicking works? It gets real dark real fast. I think. Look, if you want to put it next to Karateka, I think that is completely fair.
No, I was not sold on that. I think I would probably go Alan Wake, but
yeah, Alan Wake 2 is just as much as I love Baldur's Gate 3. I think Alan Wake 2. I'm just gonna put my name next to it now because it really is kind of just head and shoulders above anything else on this list for me. There's just for me personally, there's no. It's not even in a running. It's so far ahead.
I don't know. I mean, look, we're getting old. Like, the meat of Karateka being about a guy reflecting on his life and his times with his dad and stuff is, like, pretty resonant, honestly. But I'm not going to say that means it should be on here necessarily. But I don't know. Like, we should probably cut it. Like, as a game, I would pick Alan Wake as well. Honestly.
Alex, are you picking Thirsty Suitors as your favorite, or you're fighting for it to be on the list?
I mean, it's real neck and neck for me.
Uh-huh.
Like, I think I'm more impressed with Alan Wake 2, but I maybe enjoyed Thirsty Suitors slightly more. It's kind of just it's very coin flip for me in terms of like what matters more. But I do think it is. I mean, again, it is very much in the running for maybe my game of the year. So I feel very strongly about it being here.
I mean, I think I would still put my name on Alan Wake. Like, it's just the things it does are too like fresh, and you don't want to use words like innovative or revolutionary very often, but like it just feels not quite like anything I have seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have to give it up for Alan Wake. Ultimately,
you got to give it up for him.
So yeah, we can cut Karateka. It's fine.
All right, Karateka. Making of Karateka is currently off the list, leaving Alan Wake 2, Thirsty Suitors, and Baldur's Gate 3. And Brad just put his name next to Alan Wake 2. Alex, what do you think?
I'm willing to make this one unanimous.
All right, that is unanimous. Alan Wake 2 for best storytelling. I'm going to bold it. It's
literally a game about storytelling.
And all the dangers of it. All right.
Never do it.
That means we have our best storytelling with Alan Wake 2, unanimous. Vinny, Brad, and Alex picking that with runners-up Thirsty Suitors and Baldur's Gate 3, because we usually have 3, because why not? That's what these things always are. They're 3. Alan Wake 2, congratulations, and congratulations to all the runners-up in that category. But it does bring us to our first break, so we're going to take a quick one, and we're going to come back with our next category. Stick around. This week's show is brought to you by Rocket Money. Alex Navarro.
Yes, Vinny?
Subscriptions. Everybody's got them. Everybody wants you to have them. Everybody forgets they have them.
I'm trying to get rid of them, frankly.
Well, there's only one you need to keep, and that's our Patreon subscription. Though if you're hearing this ad, it's possible you don't have a Patreon subscription. You should go do that. Go check that out. Or maybe you're using Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions. So not our Patreon.
No, of
course not. Monitors your spending and helps lower your bills. You can see all of your subscriptions in one place and see if there's something you don't want. Personally, I have gone through recently and done a re-audit of all my subscriptions. It is amazing how they just pile up. And you're just like, oh, and getting in before that yearly one, those yearly ones?
Oh, yeah.
Getting in before that and be like, and usually you don't hit it because you only remember when you get the bill for it, and you're like, oh, right, I just paid another $60 for this subscription I forgot I had.
They get you every year, man.
They get you every year. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has helped save its members an average of $720 a year, with over 500 million in canceled subscriptions. Says here they'll even try to get you a refund for the last couple of months of wasted money and negotiate to lower your bills by up to 20%. All you have to do is take a picture of your bill, and Rocket Money will take care of the rest. Alex Navarro, stop wasting money on things you don't use.
Okay.
Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/Nextlander. That's rocketmoney.com/Nextlander. rocketmoney.com/Nextlander. Thanks, Rocket Money. Our Game of the Year 2023 continues. Now, these are very personal lists. We have a format here which allows for personal picks, which allows for consensus votes as well. Sometimes you get a combination of the two, but our next category, Alex, is your personal shout out to some games.
Yes. This, to me, more than maybe other years in recent memory, was a year where a few games that I had like bottom of the barrel, zero expectation for came out of nowhere and turned out to be pretty damn good. And in a way that is just kind of genuinely surprising. That is what this category is for me. It's not just the most surprising game, it's the game that I like, or game or thing that I had maybe the least expectations for.
Okay.
That kind of came in and was like, oh, huh.
Uh-huh.
So what I have on here right now, and I'm going to knock a couple of these off because there's at least one on here I did not spend a lot of time playing, but what I was surprised by in 2023 included WWE 2K23, Renfield, Tape to Tape, Lies of P, RoboCop Rogue City, The Exit 8, and the Hitman Freelancer mode.
Alex.
Yeah.
Thirsty Suitors doesn't make this list?
No, because the reason I had Thirsty Suitors in El Paso elsewhere in consideration here, but the thing is, I have liked games from those studios and those people before, and, you know, I didn't expect those, like, it's not that I had very low expectations for them. It's just that they were even better than I thought they might be.
I've been in a best surprise category. I know how this goes. I just had to ask for the audience. They were all asking it.
Yeah.
I had to let
This is my best surprise. It is not the larger best surprise. This just happens to be the stuff that kind of knocked me over.
Gotcha.
So I'll kind of go through these pretty quick here, because there's actually really only three that I think I feel the most strongly about, but I'm going to take Lies of P off. I just want to say that I had no expectation of that game being any good, and while those kinds of games are still not as much my thing, the Souls-likes, I was genuinely shocked at both the craft and the quality of that thing in a way that I have to admittedly eat crow on. Yeah,
that feels like a game I will probably go back to in years and be like, yeah, look, this is a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a little of the final. I did not get past that demo boss where I got to on that stream before, so I just didn't feel like I had a Souls game in me at the moment, but like the game had all the hype because it was just like, oh, it looks like a Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Like, it was purely just, oh my god, we want a Bloodborne 2. They're never going to do that. At least somebody's doing something that kind of looks like that. But then after it came out, it was like, oh my god, this is like probably the best Souls-like not made by From.
Yeah.
Is kind of seemingly the reception that it got, you know?
I
didn't get deep enough to like get my head around the parry system, and like it seems like all the blocking and parry stuff is like very technical, it sounds like.
Yes.
But like for that to be a very like mechanically accomplished game on top of just like all the Victorian marionette stuff is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, you know, yes, it showed well, but you could also have seen that game just turning out to be pretty middling, all things considered, but it super wasn't. And like, even me, someone who is not big on the Soulsborns, what I played of it, I was like, you know what, there's something here in a way that I was not expecting. But I will take it off this list ultimately.
Okay, I'm taking off Lies of P.
Because I played a lot more of some of these other ones. I'm also going to take Renfield off of here, though it is absolutely worth mentioning that a Vampire Survivors clone based on a movie I didn't like very much got as much playtime from me as it did.
Yes. Oh, I forgot. Right. This is the Vampire Survivors clone.
It is. I mean, look, it's not doing anything all that novel. It is very much just doing the Vampire Survivors thing. But it is a movie licensed game for a movie that kind of sucked. I'm sorry to say that. As much as I wanted that movie to be great, it wasn't. And, you know, I will say that maybe the thing that takes it off this list for me ultimately is that some of the updates they did to it and changes they made over time made me like it less.
Oh.
But not dislike it, just like it less.
Okay. I'm deleting it. Oh, Brad got it. Okay.
It had absolutely no right to be any good at all, though, is really the thing. The other one I'll take off here, I think, is Hitman Freelancer.
Whoa.
Only because I think it's a little bit of a weird fit here. It was a hell of a surprise. And the thing that was surprising to me was not that they pulled out a good roguelike mode from Hitman, because IO is good. They obviously have a good handle on what they want to do with Hitman. But the amount of time I ended up sinking into that thing and the amount of dedication I got to getting better at Hitman is the most I've had with any of those recent Hitmans. I never wanted to get better at Hitman more than I did when playing that mode.
Look, being bad at Hitman is its own fun.
Fair.
True. Hey, look, not everyone has the improv chops to make that work. Okay.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. Yeah, the way they just distilled the mechanics of Hitman down to a pure experience, you know, where the base game is a lot goofier in a lot of ways, and this is just more like, hey, you're playing a real-ass stealth game now. Like,
yeah.
Hey, by the way, this game is actually a very good stealth game on top of being dumb.
It's just wild how much time I ended up putting into that thing, and it's, you know, I would argue it's one of the best ways to play the current incarnation of Hitman. The last one I will take off here, I think, is Tape to Tape, which is, again, a game that I think is still in early access. I have played a decent amount of it over the course of this year. The main thing with that one is I didn't really know much about it going into it. They made a really good arcade hockey game that also is kind of a roguelike in that, you know, there is a element of you are going on runs with your team, you are building your team over the course of that run. It's a game that has a ton of visual personality in it, and the actual hockey is pretty damn good. That's a hard thing to say in the modern day because nobody makes hockey games anymore that isn't EA.
Yeah.
And those games are not pretty damn good these days. But as an arcade hockey experience, this one's pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's cool. I have no real hockey affinity, but it's awesome that they made something that is very good for people who do like hockey.
Yeah, I'm glad you have this on your list because I had kind of forgotten about it, and that was a cool game to see.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, it's still early access, so it'll come back around at some point.
Yeah, it still might end up in my top 10 somewhere. I don't know, but like, I had a lot of fun with that one.
Well, what are you left with here?
Well, we're left here with WWE 2K23, RoboCop Rogue City, and the Exit 8. I think the Exit 8 stays on this list, but it is not the winner.
Okay.
Just one of those things that came out of nowhere, was just kind of shockingly, not just competent, but like thoughtful, well-designed, interesting for what is essentially a spot the difference game.
Yeah, I played this with my kids over the weekend, or my daughter.
What do they think?
She was a little creeped out at some of the sudden changes in the environment, like the jump scary stuff. And she was like, I think I'm kind of done here. I'm trying to get my...
Wow, really?
Yeah, we had some early ones that were like doors slamming and lights going off.
Yeah.
That were... the one that got her, though, was the... that she did not like at all was the scribbled out eyes, the scribble stuff on that... the character
the weird
portrait.
Poster stuff,
on the poster.
That really creeped her out to the point at dinner. She was like, wait, so what... Was it all scratched out and like was it just like blurred out? I was like, no, it was like drawn scratchy. She's like, I did not like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I went back and forth on whether that's like actually a horror game or not. And like, I'm glad we played it on the stream the way we did. Like that was fun. But I did play 80% of it on a stream. And then when I went back and got the rest of the stuff, it was still just sort of middle of the afternoon or whatever.
Yeah.
But if I if I had played that thing at like 10 o'clock at night by myself in a dark room without knowing what it was, I could actually see it being like legit kind of terrifying in spots.
I don't know if it's horror, but it is spooky.
Yeah.
That's what it is that it has a general feeling of unease and dread that I think just kind of permeates all of it. But it's not a jump scary horror game.
There's a couple. Vinny, did you get everything?
No, because we stopped playing, but there are a couple of like you're walking and you think you're done and a door will slam or the lights will suddenly just go out or noises happen.
It gets you here and there.
When I went back and mopped up the rest of the stuff, the human outline at the end of the hall that's like tiled like it's the wall. Did you get that one? Yeah. Did you walk too close to it?
No, I did not.
Oh my god!
Does it grab you?
Dude, that thing peels itself off the wall and chases you.
Okay, yeah, like that's like it is disturbing.
And I think it's faster than you. Okay. Because as soon as I saw it run for me, I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" I turned around and ran, and I swear it sounded like the footsteps were getting louder behind me. And I just barely got to the point where it flips the loop over again, and then it disappeared. And I was like, "Dude, that was legitimately scary as hell."
Yeah, that game's great.
They wring so much out of what is essentially a $4 experience. Yeah. Like it's just really impressive in that way. The other one on this list that definitely belongs on here but does not win is WWE 2K23. Now listen, you have heard me over the years bemoan the state of this franchise and what they have done with wrestling games in general. I went into this year very much expecting to be like, finally, this AEW game is going to be the one that sort of gets me back into this genre. I'm going to have a good time with it. And let me tell you, friends, I had the opposite experience. That AEW game is competent in places, but mostly kind of a letdown. And this game, while still, it has its problems. I am not here to tell you that this is a great wrestling game, but considering the bottom of the barrel level of broken and shitty these games have been over the last several years, this game works. You can play it. It's reasonably fun. The mechanics feel like they finally are fitting together in a way that they have not in a while. The modes still kind of suck in a lot of ways. I don't love a lot of the accoutrements kind of like around the edges of it. But the create tools are still great. And the just meat and potatoes getting into a wrestling match with AI or whatever, there is a competency there that was definitely not there in recent years. It feels like they are starting to normalize this thing in a way that it did not feel like they were headed in that direction until very recently.
Is this the first? What's the deal? It used to be Ukes, now it's Aki. Is that right?
No. So Aki Aki doesn't exist anymore. Right? So there's Sin Sophia. I don't even know if that studio exists anymore. But so AEW game was made by Ukes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about AEW. Okay.
With one of the lead people from Aki, who made those old N64 wrestlers, served as a producer on that game, which makes the state of that thing all the more disappointing. This is just visual concepts. This is them. Right. This is fully in-house now.
Right. Sorry, I was mixing this up with the AEW game. Like, I mean, that's cool. That's Visual Concepts feels like a developer, like a very storied developer you don't hear much about these days. So, like, to see them actually doing something important is pretty cool.
I mean, they also make the NBA games, and those are still fairly well regarded, though, again, the amount of, let's just say, microtransaction bullshit around the edges of that game has definitely worn on people over time. There's a little of that in here, like there is, kind of their equivalent of an Ultimate Team mode, but it doesn't matter, like, you don't have to play it. Again, I think the modes are where this game still sags a lot. But there was a period where I just found these games kind of unplayable because the actual just playing wrestling part sucked. Like, out loud sucked. And it doesn't suck anymore. And that is maybe the most pleasant surprise for me, is that I could play a wrestling game this year, especially a WWE game, and not feel like I'm just having a miserable time playing the wrestling.
Just learning about the wrestling.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, anything you learn about wrestling will make you miserable. That's just kind of built into the whole thing. But
so that's a runner-up.
That's a runner-up.
Okay.
Speaking of things that sucked out loud,
let's
talk about the makers of RoboCop Rogue City's previous games.
Okay, let's talk about it.
That Rambo game they made was ass.
Okay.
I did not play the Terminator game they made afterward. I did not hear any good things about it from the people who went on to play it.
Now, is this the consensus? Nacon? Or is that the publisher?
I think that's the publisher.
Yeah, I think Nacon is the publisher.
Okay, I'm looking up to see some of the games that are on this list here.
I got the sense that the Terminator game was like competent, like functional, but not amazing.
Yeah, I didn't play it, but it did not ever really register in a meaningful way, and I kind of expected, having played that Rambo game, which is really bad. I did not have any expectation whatsoever of this RoboCop game being any good. This RoboCop game is ultimately a very solid 7 to 7.5 if we were doing the old GameSpot scale. But that might as well be an 11,000 in the grand scheme of both licensed RoboCop games and the expectation of a game like this being released in 2023. They made a RoboCop game that feels like RoboCop. Is their satire as sharp as a Verhoeven? Absolutely not. It's not even the other guy who wrote RoboCop. It's not quite up to that. But it understands RoboCop. It likes it enough to pay tribute to it without completely missing the mark on the bits of satire and comedy. It has a Peter Weller performance where he doesn't sound bored or otherwise uninterested in being RoboCop. And it's just a pretty good shooter that has a little bit more depth than you would maybe expect. And that's like an achievement, man.
Yeah. Celebrate it.
Also, I've mentioned before, I'll also throw in that some of the Digital Foundry types of the world also view it as like up there on rendering quality and like it just like general state of like graphics in games. It's like seen very well from that perspective too. Like the number of things this thing does way better than it should is kind of nuts.
It is. Like, I think some of the character models aren't great, but the RoboCop model is fantastic, and they do a lot of like they find ways to focus in on how good that model is, despite the fact that it's a first-person game. I think some of the villain stuff and the bad guy story and all that shit is kind of like sub-RoboCop 2, but it's also not RoboCop 3. So if they're working in that range, that's still better than most things that have tried to do RoboCop in the ensuing years.
Yeah.
Alex, is this the best RoboCop game ever made?
I mean, some of those like early side scrollers, I feel like I remember not being so bad, but
that Data East arcade game is pretty good.
Yeah. But like as something that has tried to tell an actual RoboCop story and tried to be more than just kind of like a shoot 'em up, I would say there's a good chance it's the best one. Yes. I mean, it's certainly better than that Titus game, that's for sure.
Is it better than the Tiger handheld?
I mean, that's a really hard one to top.
RoboCop fans rejoice.
I've bolded RoboCop Rogue City.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Best surprise.
It's a pretty good surprise.
Alex, what is your list here?
RoboCop Rogue City is my most surprised at how actually decent this is. The WWE 2K23, the Exit 8 rolling out behind that.
I love a good surprise.
Yeah.
Speaking of surprises, I'm scrolling down the list here. We're rolling right into our next category, which is Best Remake / Remaster. You know what that means. We don't need to get into the technicality. If it's a game that came out before and now has a different, better version of it, or let's just say another version of it, then it could make this list. This was a year that had a lot of them. I was looking at next year and year beyond stuff. There are more of them coming. So,
I think we debated briefly before this if we should keep this category or not, but I think my feeling is that remakes are a fact of life now, so we might as well at least like celebrate the ones that are done well or look at who's doing interesting things in that space.
Totally.
What was it? Was it 2020 is when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, I believe?
Oh, the first
installment?
Yeah.
Is that even a remake? I mean, I guess it's a reimagining.
Reimagining. Yeah. I mean, it says remake right there in the title.
It does.
Although
Is it a rebirth, Brad?
First, can I also which one was it? There's at least one or two remakes announced at the Game Awards. Like there's a Brothers remake coming.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the Brothers one, or one of those games? I think also uses the word remake in the title. Don't do that.
Brothers, I think, does have remaster or remake.
Like I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is one of the most clumsy, mechanical, awful titles in all of video games.
The next,
like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, totally fine. Remake, like that's what goes on your like Q2 guidance sheet for investors. That's not what you call a video game.
Yes, it is. It is Tale of Two Sons remake.
Anyway, I hope that's not a trend. But anyway, they're like FF7R did super fucking well, and now here we are 3 years later, and there's a bunch of these things coming out. And the RE2 remake. Actually, the RE2 remake was before Final Fantasy VII, I should say, and that game is potentially a top 10 of the generation to me.
It's a really good one.
That RE2 remake is extremely choice.
So
anyway,
we are not here to split hairs necessarily on what a remake, remaster, rebirth is. You know it when you see it. That being said, here are the lists, or the games on the list in no particular order. Risk of Rain Returns, Dead Space, Metroid Prime Remastered, System Shock, Resident Evil 4, Assassin's Creed Mirage, ellipses, ? Advance Wars 1 and 2, Reboot Camp, The Making of Karateka, Rise of the Triad, Ludicrous Edition.
Why is Mirage on here?
I put that on...
yeah. Go ahead.
I put that on here for three reasons. First reason, I realize it's never showing up on anything on here, and I just wanted to say the name Assassin's Creed Mirage once during our Game of the Year thing. I put a lot of hours into it. Let's just say it. 2, it is a calling back to the original Assassin's Creed, so if it's going to get mentioned anywhere on this list, it's probably going to be here. It harkens back. It is trying to go back. It is trying to capture the essence, let's say, of some of that original Assassin's Creed. 3, I thought would be kind of funny.
Yes, we should cut it, but I will tell you, I thought it was hilarious when I saw you put it on here.
That's funny.
Okay.
That's a good goof.
First cut out of the thing, Assassin's Creed Mirage. It's not because you know what? It's not the best remake or remaster.
No.
All right.
There are some legitimately good ones on here.
There are. I think I've got a top 2. I'm not sure if I have a top 3 quite yet. I will say I have not played the Metroid Prime Remaster in any real capacity, so I can't really speak to it, but what I did play of it seemed pretty good.
That thing is good. It's like, I mean, that's an all-time classic game, but they did a bunch of new control schemes for it to let you play it in sensible modern ways. They touched up the graphics in a bunch of, like not profound ways, but like, better textures and just, I can't remember exactly what all the specifics were. They may have done better lighting and stuff too, but like it's definitely a subtly better looking game than it used to be. But the control scheme stuff, I think, is the big one for me. Because was Metroid Prime Trilogy the last time they re-released that game? I can't remember, but that was very Wiimote centric.
Yes.
Motion control pointing. I can't remember if it got another release between that and this, but like this feels like a good version of Metroid Prime for posterity, like in the sense that it has controls that people can identify with in 2023.
So, yeah. Refresh my memory. Is it the first one did not have dual joystick in a sense that you could you have to stop and toggle the aim from the movement?
It was all lock on.
Was it all lock on?
First game was all lock on.
Yeah.
I thought you can toggle like free aim if you hold a button.
Yeah, you could toggle free look. I don't know if I can't remember. Could you shoot?
I couldn't remember. I
haven't. God, jeez, I just realized that game is like 22 years old. I haven't played the original GameCube version since it was new. But you can definitely do stop and free look. I can't remember if you can also shoot.
But anyway, you're moving and shooting in this one.
Yeah, like you could. There are a bunch of different ways to play this. Like I don't know if it'll make top 3, but I could see an argument for it.
Sure, but
frankly,
like I said, I didn't play enough of it to really render a full opinion on it. But yeah, I'm okay. I liked what I played of it.
I'd say like on this list, on the list of like most to least remade, like in terms of how much they did to it, it's toward the bottom.
Mm.
Like 3 or 4 other things on here got full remakes, and this is more just like touched up with better controls.
It's a remaster right on there.
Well, yeah, fair. It is more of a remaster, but it's such a seminal game that it feels like an important thing in that sense.
What next?
I'm gonna say we could cut Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition.
Okay.
I played some of it. It's fine.
Mhm.
I don't have enough affinity for Rise of the Triad to really say like much of anything about that remaster, other than it's got all the modern graphics modes and stuff. Like it works fine.
Okay.
As a remaster, as a full repackaging of the game. I played it enough to have it say ludicrous jibs at me when I shot the cluster missiles at the fake Nazi soldiers. It's that.
You wanted 4K Rise of the Triad. They've got you covered.
Yeah. Fun fact, Rise of the Triad was built on the Wolfenstein 3D engine.
Oh, yeah.
And came out like well after Doom, like almost like not that long before Quake and Duke 3D came out. So they were doing a lot with a little on that game. Some people love Rise of the Triad. I'm not. It's fine. I didn't play a ton of it when it was new. I think I played it in a computer lab, if that tells you anything.
The original?
Computer labs?
Yes.
Yes.
Spent many hours
Anyway.
sleeping in a computer lab.
I mean, if we're talking about remakes that mostly exist for posterity's sake, I feel like Advance Wars 1 and 2 is absolutely that. I think look, I did not play much on the actual platforms that those games were on. In fact, I don't think I ever really touched them. I knew that people really liked them, but I just did not have any interest in strategy games that way at that point in my life. Playing these now, they are still very good, like, tactical strategy games. I think they are well made. This this reboot camp they have done here is a nice way to play these two games. I don't know that there's a lot here other than just having a good way to play these games in 2023. It is a good remake. I'm glad that they are there. I really enjoyed playing through that first campaign. I'm looking forward to taking the holiday break to play the second one. But I can't. There are other ones on this list that I feel like are more meaningful remakes, remasters, what have you, than what they are doing in Reboot Camp.
Yeah. The Advance Wars is the only game on this list I didn't play. But I played a shitload of the GBA games.
Yeah. It's the GBA games. They made the GBA games available to you on the Switch.
Exactly. Like A, that's noble, but B, like if I could have chosen between this and like an all new Advance Wars game, I absolutely would have taken the latter. Like it's cool that they brought those over. Maybe this is a prelude to that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'd probably just test the waters, see if people want another game about child soldiers.
Yeah, there are aspects of Advance Wars that are better left undiscussed.
Yes.
Did we talk about the fact I had no idea about this until after this remake came out that like apparently the AI in Advance Wars is like entirely deterministic in the sense that you can like if you make a given move it will react the same way every time.
Yes.
So you can quite literally like just go get a turn order for any mission, and if you do the exact turns that it tells you to do, you will like perfect that mission.
I did not
because
know that.
it's completely predictable how it will react. So people have just like solved all the Advance Wars missions.
It's kind of cool.
It's kind of amazing. It's like once you know that, it's maybe a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing.
If you're taking these games on their terms and not going and just researching what the ideal play is for every single turn, I still think they're very good, engaging games. But when you're playing them, there is a little bit of that sense of like, okay, I know if I do these 3 things, this is how the AI is going to react. So now I just have to figure out what the 4th thing I need to do is.
Yeah, like to be clear, when I played those games, I had zero idea about that. I just, it's absolutely still a challenging game.
Yeah.
If you don't break it open. Let's see. Risk Frame Returns is kind of feels a little bit like an outlier. Well, it kind of feels like an outlier, but I also never played the original, so I guess I can't truly say. But like, it feels more like a re-release with some extra, rather than. I guess it's more of a. I mean, it's definitely not a remake. It's more of a remaster. But I guess the big one to me is how much they improved the graphics, which is the thing I can't speak to because I never really saw the original up close that much.
Alex, you played a bunch of the original, right?
Yeah, I played a fair amount of Risk of Rain 1.
Does it look much different?
Yes and no. Like, I'd say by and large, no. I think it mostly kind of looks like what I remembered it. I think there's maybe like a level of polish and sheen that the original did not have, but it is still very much that art style and that visual, like, kind of pulled back perspective in that game. I don't think they've really changed that much at all. I think most of what they added was like new enemies, new things, new weapons, that kind of stuff. They didn't really change the overall visual style of it much at all, from what I could remember.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't play the first one either as much, Brad. And if you told me this was like a special edition or like a complete edition, I would believe that.
I just think it looks cleaner more than anything else.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was when it first came out, was just sort of a complete edition with more content or whatever. But they did a lot of new content for it. Like, I'm sure that's the most meaningful to people who played the original, is all the new playable characters and enemies and bosses and items and stuff.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I really enjoyed what I've played of it, and the soundtrack is, as we know, amazing. I don't know. Does it hang here?
I didn't play enough of it.
Probably not.
But I think only have 2 on this list so far. That would be a lock on my list. And there's a floating third. So I'm not sure. So I'm open.
Okay. Is Dead Space the lock?
Dead Space is my number 1. I think that remake is fantastic.
I might be with you on that.
I think the RE4 remake is also very, very good. And so that would be my number 2.
I think the RE4 remake probably it makes this list.
Maybe. I don't know.
Like I
probably
out of the Resident Evil remakes, RE4 is probably the one I played the least of so far, but it's also probably the one that I feel like didn't need a remake the most.
That's where I'm at, like, for sure. Like, I put like a good 20 hours into it. But we'll talk about the VR mode shortly also.
But it's like, how many times have we played Resident Evil 4 on various platforms over the various decades?
I'm definitely with you that it needed a remake the least, and like, I don't know that I can articulate this well, but in some ways I prefer the original in terms of the way it plays. I don't know what it is. Something about the remake feels a little too modern to me.
You know, like knife parries?
God, I don't especially like an expendable knife, like a consumable knife. A knife should be eternal. Knives should not break. I get that it's a gameplay mechanic. Like, yes, it makes sense how they designed it, but like, I don't know. It maybe feels just a little too modern shooter, where like original RE4 does not feel like a modern shooter, despite being an over-the-shoulder third-person game.
Kind of like a proto-modern shooter. It's like
kinda, yeah. I mean, did I dream that up? Didn't like the Gears of War developers like give RE4 a lot of props for being an inspiration?
I think a lot of people did at the time.
Yeah. But like, you know, that game still feels weird and clunky and sort of unique today, where this one feels like it went it should feel more modern, I guess, but it did feel a little bit less unique to me.
It's still a very good remake.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I like I said, I was just playing the VR mode recently. It kind of made me want to get back to it. It's probably top 3 here, but let's see what else we got. I think that System Shock remake is quite good.
I had trouble with it. It wouldn't make my list. I had some trouble, but it's probably on the difficulty curve of System Shock. You know, like I wound up just having trouble, and maybe that's faithful to where System Shock was. And I'm an old man and need more hand-holding and guardrails to prevent myself from auto-saving or F5 saving with no health and no ammo.
Yeah. So like, I did not play the original System Shock, but that's my understanding, is that it is definitely faithful to that game in the sense that this thing tells you like nothing about where to go and what to do. That it's kind of all on you to figure it out, which I think is kind of refreshing, even if it's maybe a little impenetrable.
Yeah, I had a bit of a hard time with it. As much as I wanted to keep on with it, it was tough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is not an uncommon complaint about that remake for sure. And some people love that and some people hate it. I thought like the interface, I don't know how different the interface is, but I thought the interface works really well with the drag and drop inventory and like all the stuff they did to make it work in a modern way. I think the art style is really interesting.
Yes.
Because it's like modernized and sort of high res, but if you get up close on things, everything looks all pixelated, that kind of in a way that recalls the original game. You know,
Definitely.
it looks both like the art style is this weird mix. So it looks kind of old and new at the same time. That I thought was really cool.
Yeah, it's especially I feel like in the enemies and stuff, you get this kind of it's cool. It's just hard.
Yeah,
for sure. That was also why I put it down. Like it was not like an easy pick up and play. And if I only have a short time to play it, which is most of the time. Let's see.
That's
I guess we talked about everything except. So I've played Making of Karateka. I never actually got around to playing that like reimagined version of Karateka, which I guess is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I think
I did.
I think that's what puts it in this list for sure, and makes it not like shoehorning it into a list. There is actually a remake of Karateka in there. I played it. I beat the remake. It's pretty good. If we're just talking about that remake, I don't think it's the best remake of the year, but it is. If you're talking about it academically, of the going through with the commentary and stuff, with Mike Micah talking about how hard it was to make that remake, it might then, if you put the meta part of it in there too, then it might make it, because him trying to unravel the code to make this remake work in a modern setting is kind of fascinating.
Yeah, that stuff's super awesome. What people are doing with remakes these days, like running original games inside the new game, you know, and just like reading state from the original game, like as sort of inputs for the game on top of it. Like that's awesome.
Like he goes into, and I'm sorry if I'm getting some of this wrong, but if I remember correctly, spent a lot of time basically trying to make the original AI work, the character AI, the enemy AI work with his game. But he said the kind of almost musical pacing of the first game, the AI was written to accommodate that very kind of synchronated style of movement. And I think it was basically just gave up in frustration at some point and had to write a new AI for, you know, basically you punch high, when do you punch low, when do you do this? And said he just could not make the old one fit on a top of a new engine, and all the restraints he put in place, basically making, again, I'm sorry if I get some of the technical stuff here wrong, putting artificial constraints on to make sure it is not just using all the resources available to you, basically making a virtual machine or coding environment that has some restraints in it. I thought was really interesting. But yeah, it's a good remake, but that particular part of it, the game itself, I don't know, it's definitely not, wouldn't beat like Dead Space, would have a hard time beating Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, it's cool to recognize it for that reason, but like certainly no offense to Digital Eclipse, but those reimagined versions of the old games are kind of the last thing I look at in these packages.
Yeah,
like I'm more there for the history and like the original games, you know. Like it's awesome that they do the remakes, but it's generally the last thing I go to.
For me, that making up, if I don't want to undersell it, but if you go in and turn on the commentary, it's really fun because
I will have to check that out. Micah is definitely a fascinating guy.
Because you hear somebody talking about remaking a thing and talking about why this is in there, what challenges this thing remade, this part, this was in the original thing, they added in some deleted artwork that was in the original one that they found and made like the scene to the best of what they can piece together this scene would have looked like, with I think it's a panther or some feline, some large cat. It's cool, but yeah, I'm not sure it's gonna make that remake's not gonna make it. The Making of Karateka, awesome, by the way, people should go out and go pick that up. Please pick it up, because I want more of that Gold Series. And now, I guess, Atari, if you're listening, I want more of that Gold Series. Did they announce what their next one is? They did, right? Oh, they did.
It's
yes.
Jeff Lamasoft,
yes.
Jeff Mentor,
yes.
which is an amazing choice.
Yes. All right. On our list, we still have Risk of Rain Returns, Dead Space, Metroid Prime Remastered, System Shock, and Resident Evil 4.
I'm going to say Risk of Rain can go.
Okay.
I can get behind that.
Okay, Dead Space is a lock here for sure.
That's the one I would pick for me.
Yeah. Yes, that's a very good remake.
I would probably go. I would go Dead Space RE and System Shock and understand that the Metroid Prime Remastered is what Metroid Prime that game needed, and they have done the work. But going back and listening to you talk about System Shock again makes me respect what they did with System Shock and the effort they put in to kind of keep it as a remake that holds on to its roots.
Yeah, like if we were keeping RE4, which I'm not like granting, but if we were, I would say System Shock definitely over Metroid Prime. That said, it's also hard to put Metroid Prime up against RE4 and go with Metroid.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, like they did a good job with that remaster. Like again, the new control options are pretty essential, but it is kind of a lesser remaster compared to these other much more extensively redone things.
I mean,
so I'm fine with that.
I will say, if you look at what they have to do to make that game, to reconfigure that game to work with modern controls, going back to what we said about RE4, it already had that DNA in it. So maybe that's maybe that particular challenge is a lighter lift. I don't know. I'm not a developer. So Metroid Prime Remastered, we're not trying to undermine that part of it. The RE4, but I played it and was like, oh yeah. And then I was like, I don't want to scan this stuff all again. I did this when it came out. I think I'm done scanning.
Oh, I love scanning things.
I loved it, but it's
super into it.
It's like it's like in Zelda where I was like, I got the entire book, I finished it, I completed it, and then they're like, now do it again. I'm like, I can't. That part of my life was spent doing it already. All right. If there are no arguments, then we've got Dead Space, System Shock, and RE4 on this list as the top 3 remake remasters of 2023.
Yeah, I think I probably have to go Dead Space, despite a couple of reservations, mostly about technical stuff.
I have put my name next to Dead Space.
Yeah, I probably will too. I never played the PC version. I played it all on PS5, but the PC version was a mess at launch, and I believe still is pretty rough, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, I also played on the PS5.
I also ran into what seemed like it was going to be a game-breaking bug, which resolved itself and then came back and resolved itself again. I don't know if you remember me talking about, like, I would load in and all of my security card clearance would be wiped.
Yes.
So I just couldn't progress. I couldn't open any of the locked doors I needed to open to move on. Mm-hmm. And, like, also a bunch of my inventory or skill points or something else was missing as well. It was like a persistent bug that, like, I would reload a few times and it would fix itself, but then I would turn it off and come back later and it would happen again. Like, that really... I was really trucking through that game, and that really kind of put me off of it, of just like the crapshoot of like, is it going to work this time or not?
In a game of managing inventory and ammo and pacing, like, that's a tough one. Anytime you have to redo anything.
Yeah, I was at least like halfway through it when I fell off of it, and I would still like to finish it, but like redoing the asteroid cannon sequence in the way they did was pretty damn cool, I thought. Like, that was a neat twist. Giving it kind of a quest system, like going back to RE4 not needing a remake, like I don't think Dead Space needed a remake either. Like, it's not that old and it still is quite playable. But they did a lot, you know?
They did a lot. It technically is, again, aside from bugs and whatever, technically looks, sounds, feels really great.
Yes. Like bugs aside, yes, it absolutely, the AV experience is extremely good.
And look, this is a remake remaster category, so remaking and remastering great games is a great start. Like, these are fantastic games already.
Yeah.
But
let's be real. I mean, also, let's just say the faith in EA handling bringing this property back, I would say, was not that high initially, even for me. Like when they started showing it, I think it started showing more promise, and it's just nice to see they actually nailed it. Like they didn't just bring back Dead Space, but they did so in a way that made it feel fresh and feel like it belongs in a modern context.
Yeah, that team really went for it. And again, just like, the more I think about it, the more I realize how much of they didn't gut the game and remake it, but they really did. Like adding the side quests that were not there before, giving you reasons to backtrack to old areas more than you did, or like, it felt a little more modern survival horror, you know?
Yeah.
Like where the first game was a little more linear. I think bugs aside, that absolutely is the one here.
Yeah, it's cool
for me.
It's well done. All right, so you want to put your name next to it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Alex, do you have a pick?
I think it's Dead Space.
Ooh, we got another unanimous.
All right.
Let's bold it up.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, like
These are all very good. These are all worth playing. Like,
totally.
As much as it might be a little easy to roll your eyes at remakes, and just be like, hey, make something new. But
that Dead Space one is the one I went right through and did not. I put down for a little bit, but like finished up. RE4, I still am in some state of playing it, and System Shock. System Shock is probably the remake on here I want to get into the most, but I'm having a tough time sticking to.
Like System Shock felt like the type of game where if I didn't have this job and have to play, who knows how many games. I did all my yearly wrap-ups. Like I played like 100 games roughly across all 4 platforms this year. But like if it was just like, hey, I'm just going to play this for a month, I totally would have made that I'm just going to hunker down on the PC and just play through this whole classic game I've never played before.
Right.
And it's going to be somewhat painful and take a lot of work, but I'm going to dedicate myself to it.
So Dead Space, congratulations on the best remake remaster with Resident Evil 4 and System Shock. And the runner-up, I think let's try and do one more category before we take another break.
Yeah, let's do it.
We can get through this.
We have, Brad, your personal category and the return of Brad's Hard Game Club.
Yeah, first of all, I debated whether to do this at all or come up with a different category, because like I looked at last year's list and it was just a bunch of like run-based games and roguelikes, like the classic hard games. It was like Neon White and Rogue Legacy 2 and Hyper Demon and stuff like that, and there were not that many of those this year. But then I look at what I had played, and there actually is quite a bit to talk about, I think, here. Also, I don't know how I ended up in my mid-40s, like, wanting to play harder games than I used to. Like, I put a lot of, like, single-player games on hard these days when I start them for some stupid reason. But that's where I'm at.
Okay.
For
How
some
you
reason.
live your life.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's what I put on here. Marauders, Lethal Company, Payday 3, Remnant 2, Theater Rhythm, Final Bar Line, Hi-Fi Rush, Risk of Rain Returns, Karateka, like Karateka, not the making of, F-099, and the Resident Evil 4 VR mode.
All right, walk us through this, Brad.
Okay. Crap. Now I actually have to say things about these. Marauders and Payday 3, we streamed those, but I also played a bunch of those with my kind of friend group, multiplayer crowd. I don't think either of those hangs on here, but like Payday 3 especially is just your kind of classic PvE. Shit's going to get really hard. We're going to throw a million enemies at you. 2 of you are probably going to be down while you're trying to wait out the ride or whatever. Like it's not bad, but it's definitely like one of those. Marauders I think is more interesting because it's an extraction game and there's the whole Sea of Thieves. Like you've got a ship and you can take over other people's ships. Like I had a lot more like unique experiences in that, just in terms of the drama that would unfold.
You're definitely a space pirate.
Yes, all the goofy shit. Like I don't think we did a lot of boarding when we streamed this, but my friends and I got way more into trying to take people's ships, which is a recipe for chaos every time. But, as we've said, people are very good at this game now, and if you're not playing regularly, you're just going to get completely smeared. It's very difficult for human reasons, not AI reasons. Let's see. I mean, Lethal Company is kind of a similar situation I feel like that's a game that can be bested. Like, it's incredibly hard. Like, a lot of the shit that's out there seems really messed up, but I feel like you could become a crack Lethal Company squad if you put the time in.
Sure. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, who needs what, and where to go.
Like, I bet there are going to be streams, if they're not already, like in a month or two, of people who are just extremely good at Lethal Company, racking up like insane money, like buying everything in the inventory 3 times over.
Sure.
Like that game feels like something you could like execute on extremely well, and that's actually why I like it so much. And I forget what other category I was really going to bat for. I guess the multiplayer one. When I was really going to bat for it, is it feels like a game that's really mean to you, but that you can actually get good enough at to get over that.
I think it gets really difficult.
I would not have a hard time believing that at all.
I think it escalates in pretty rough ways.
I would believe that, but still, like they give you enough tools though.
Yeah.
to deal with that stuff, and there's enough strategy and choices, decision making that I don't know. That game's awesome.
Look, I'm going to remind you. I think if we go back to, we're on the cusp of that Zap gun that I think we had enough money for. So,
I'm not cutting that yet. I actually have no idea what wins here. I guess I'll just keep going down the line. I mean, you guys know what Remnant 2 is about. We played a lot of Remnant 2. I also played a ton of Remnant 2 by myself. Left it on that second difficulty, which was extremely foolish. Because, when you go down, you just die in single player. Like, there is no rezzing. Some of those boss fights were some of the hardest shit I have ever played by myself. Like, just sitting there for like an hour and a half, just banging my head against those things over and over. But incredibly gratifying. Like, I feel like there's a lot of technique, all the different build possibilities in that game, and that just gets even more interesting when you have multiple players with different classes working together.
And I'll add, because the stuff that you would talk with me about, having to do some of those boss fights with specific conditions for specific narrative reasons also seems quite difficult.
Well, a lot of super interesting boss designs too. There's a couple that I have in mind that we didn't see on our streams that I got on my runs that are just like very unique, like Soulsy bosses, that have like a lot of weird requirements around like positioning. Like there's a boss in there that like it's kind of hovering off in the distance. You can't run up to it. So like if you were melee build, you'd be screwed. You have to shoot it. But it's like you're essentially fighting it at the end of 3 bowling lanes in a way. And you're basically having to hop between these 3 lanes as it shoots shit down specific lanes at you in a way. Also, there's a giant robot chasing you the whole time.
Great.
Like, just really interesting designs on a ton of the mechanical challenges in that game that I thought were very fresh. Gosh, let's see. Theater Rhythm. Like, you know what that is? That's a Final Fantasy rhythm game. It's just, if you bump the difficulty, or not even bump the difficulty, if you just play the hard songs in that game, it's just a hard-ass rhythm game. Like, you know exactly what that is, but mix that with classic Final Fantasy music, and I'm going to be pretty happy with it. I played a good bit of that game.
I'm just glad to see you getting into a rhythm game. Like Final Fantasy music is not my thing, but it's just nice to see someone out there making a reasonably budgeted, very good rhythm game now.
Yeah, like, just reminded me of all those Saturday mornings. I'll fire up Fubar 2000 and just play some old Final Fantasy music. Out of my collection of every Super Nintendo soundtrack ever released, or whatever. Yeah, it's been a long time since I got into a rhythm game. Of course, there feels like there are not as many rhythm games these days. Although maybe that's changing.
Yeah,
anyway.
There's some indie ones, but I'd say by and large, major publishers are not making a lot of them.
We'll see what PDP does with this plastic instrument patent or whatever. Hi-Fi Rush. I feel like when we talk about Hi-Fi Rush, we talked about like the beat 'em up aspect of it is just kind of whatever. It's fine, but it's just sort of an average character action game. Like, it's the rhythm thing, it's the rhythm component that makes that interesting. Like, I think we talked about this when it came out. Like, that's why I put this on the hardest difficulty, because I was like, okay, like, the actual fighting is not that interesting. The rhythm stuff is something you can get your head around, but what if, like, maybe the way to make this interesting is to just force yourself to have to execute on the rhythm stuff, like really precisely, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like why you would play Rock Band on the hardest difficulty or whatever once you get good at that, right?
Yeah.
And I think it totally works that way. Like, it's definitely challenging. Like, I died on the first level a couple of times even. But I think that's a pretty interesting way to make that game feel more mechanically interesting.
What a cool game.
Did I just say interesting twice in the same sentence?
Yeah, it's fine. We'll let that one slide.
Yeah.
It's a lot of monologuing. Risk of Rain Returns, I feel like we've talked about quite a bit. We played that multiplayer on a stream. Yep. Like, it is just Risk of Rain with more stuff. Like, I can't add much to it. But it seems pretty awesome.
Karateka. The original.
That's a hard game.
Really had my time with. There was some morning where Alex couldn't make a stream last minute, and we had to come up with a new idea, like, on the spot. And you were just like, had they just announced the making of Karateka? Is that what it was?
Maybe.
I think they might have just announced that they were doing it or something. There was some reason. Right. There was some reason that Karateka was like in the public consciousness, and Vinny was just like, "Hey, what if you like fired up the Mister and tried to play Karateka?" So sure enough, I fired up the Apple II core and played original ass Karateka for the first time. And man, that game is a motherfucker.
Yeah.
So yeah, I still need to finish Karateka at some point.
Well,
like,
good luck getting past that gate.
that's full on. Well, I know
Fucking
now. I know
birds.
about the gate. Unlike the bird, which feels like it could juke you. I feel like the gate. Surely you know once the gate is coming.
Yeah,
Surely.
surely.
For people watching the video version, I don't know, maybe not.
I don't even know what version this is.
Yeah, that's a weird looking version of the game, also. But anyway,
Hey, you can find out what version this is, I'm sure, by going to look at the making of Karateka.
it's just true. I put F-Zero 99 on here.
Mhm.
It's not a hard game to play at all, necessarily. It's a hard game to do well at.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like, you can really just get brutalized by the crowd if you, I guess if you don't get good at that game. Like, if you don't... But at the same time, I don't know that I ever felt like I got really good at it. Like, I could definitely finish, like, top half pretty much every race. That was about the most consistency I came up with. Like, it's, for people who don't remember, it's a Battle Royale F-Zero.
It's ridiculous.
It's just completely madcap. Like, it's hard to, like... But at the same time, remember we watched some of those ghost replays of
Yep.
people who were very
Cutting
good at it.
corners and yeah.
Yeah, and it made me realize, like, okay, yes, there is dramatically more technique to playing F-Zero well than I ever gave it credit for. So you absolutely could get very good at it.
My son is getting into F-Zero 99.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Which is like kind of, it's like,
That's awesome.
yeah, which is kind of awesome.
That rules, and like, maybe your kids are just cooler than most, but I always feel like kids look at something that looks old like this, and they're just like, that's old. Like, why would I want to play something that old?
No, he's really digging it, and he's like, he made it pretty far into the Grand Prix.
That's
That's
rules.
rad.
Yeah.
Speaking of hard games, I've been playing Tetris 99 a lot recently. Also,
Uh-huh.
still the best 99.
Still a banger.
Lastly, the Resident Evil 4 VR mode, which I had played recently and was going to talk about on that podcast I was not on
Mhm.
at the last minute. So it's pretty much just like the RE Village VR mode. Do you remember me streaming that when the PSVR 2
Yes.
came out? Remember how like it makes you like mechanically handle the guns?
Mhm.
Like in the handgun, it's like 4 actions to reload the handgun and make it fireable again. It's like drop the clip out of the handgun, grab another one out of your pouch, insert it into the gun, pull the slide back, and only then can you shoot. And I don't think we just did the tutorial for Village on that stream to like see how it worked.
Yeah.
But in RE4, they don't let you carry your old save over, which really sucks. I don't know if there's a good reason for that or not, but you have to start a new game. I could not pick up my mid-game save. But I did play up to the Village, like up to the big survive the chainsaw dude.
Oh boy.
Get the shotgun off the wall, jump out the window thing. That was a fucking nightmare.
I mean, that could be hard.
It was
normal.
hard
Yeah.
as hell, man. It was like legit terrifying. They do have a simplified mode, which I think disables most of the like gun machinery stuff.
Okay.
So if you're actually going to play that game in VR, I think you probably are better off not doing the realism mode. But that is what it defaults to, and it was like brutal trying to run from all those people swarming you, like dodge the cleavers they're throwing at you, worry about the chainsaw guy, and also fumble with these guns trying to like make them usable in the middle of that whole mess. Like it's serious in a way that was kind of unpleasant.
I will say for people listening to this next week, it sounds like we might be doing some of that for the Patron's Choice this week.
Oh,
Yeah. So
okay.
there's a bunch of like PS5
Okay.
VR stuff that has dropped that we're going to try and
Yeah.
round up some of it.
Stuff has been coming out for sure.
Was it Arizona Sunshine 2?
Arizona Sunshine 2 came
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Though I will say,
so-
since we're just talking about VR, I keep thinking that Asgard's Wrath that everybody keeps talking about is on PSVR too, and it is not.
That's an Oculus exclusive, unfortunately.
And everybody
Yeah,
keeps talking about that like it's God's gift
I've
to
seen
VR.
Yeah, I've seen all the reviews for that game. People talking about like, oh, it's like a 90-hour open world fantasy epic in VR. It's like the best VR game ever made. And like, is that by the standards of VR?
I don't know. People seem to
You know
love
what
it,
I mean?
man.
But like the VR crowd is like so hungry for good new games
Maybe.
that like I wonder, are they grading on a curve on that one? I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, we'll never know because it's locked up on the Oculus store. Anyway,
When I get my PSVR 2 on the PC.
the last thing I'll say, to prepare you before you play, if you end up playing RE4 VR.
Yeah.
The weird thing about that that did not afflict 7 and Village. Those games are inherently first-person games, so they make sense in VR. RE4 is not. RE4 is a third-person game. So they are constantly making weird, inconsistent choices about when and when not to pull you out of first person.
Okay, like ladders or something.
So, like, all the cutscenes are still... I guess the cutscenes are kind of understandable. Like, you're watching yourself, you're watching Leon in all the cutscenes.
Yeah.
But there are... Like, every time you melee an enemy, you know, like, you shoot a guy and stun him, and then you can do the kick.
Yeah.
Like, literally, for 3 seconds, as you hit the button to do the kick, it pulls the camera out of your head, and now you're looking at the back of Leon doing the kick.
Okay, good.
And then it zooms right back into his head again.
Good to know.
Not sure I love that.
But then, when I did the Village and jumped out of that second story window after I got the shotgun, it does not take you out of first person when you jump out of a window.
Okay, so you roll in VR?
It's fucking weird. It did not roll. It actually was just very mechanically just like inserted me or, you know, shot me out of the window. Anyway.
Okay.
Fascinating.
That VR mode is actually interesting for how like just hectic and difficult and like overwhelming it is. Anyway, that was a lot of talking for me to now say
yes.
My top games are
yes.
What do we got?
Dude, this is a hard choice. I should have thought this one through.
Who gets to stay in the hard game club, and who are the games for babies?
Who's the hardest?
Who's the hardest in this club? Brad, you got to pick a game.
Okay,
for our hard game club. Are you ready?
I've thought very hard about this.
Okay,
very hard.
All right,
I'm ready.
Going back to your list. So
I'm ready.
Okay,
I'm ready, and wouldn't you know it? Not by design, but the top 3 on this list are the top 3.
Okay,
extremely.
The iterative
that is extremely.
It, huh?
That is extremely not a cop out. Also, Theater Rhythm's a good number 3 here.
Okay,
because it is just a rhythm game, and like like some of the mechanical, the dexterity stuff involved with the way they have handled the inputs is kind of interesting. But it is just a pretty standard rhythm game. I just like the music.
Fair enough.
I'm actually going to give it to Lethal Company.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I can't believe I'm saying. I mean, I like Remnant 2 a hell of a lot for a lot of reasons. But I feel like the ways in which Lethal Company is hard and the ways it feels like it's going to be adaptably hard, that's not the right way to put that. Like, the ways that you're going to be able to adapt to that difficulty and then it still is probably going to dump even more shit on you down the line, I think is... The dynamism, you know, the random chaotic aspect of it, I think is the reason. Like Remnant 2 is like a puzzle to be solved. Lethal Company is I don't know, man, like a wacky space reclamation simulator that never ends. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Look, you mess up, you get spaced.
Right.
Meet your quota. Also,
yes.
Lethal Company should be in the hard game club just because there's a chance when you turn things in to finish the level, you will get eaten.
True.
Don't ring that bell too many times, man.
I watched Kato get eaten on the Remap stream without... I don't watch a ton of other people's streams, but I was watching them stream that, and they had no idea about ringing the bell too many times. I got to have the audience experience of laughing maniacally or just cackling.
Did they know what happened? Did they realize what happened?
Oh, they found out.
Okay.
I'll say again, that game's sense of slapstick timing is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, that's why. Because it has that potential to just generate so many of those scenarios, and because, again, it presents you with, like, any game that encourages creativity, creative problem solving, you know, like, it seems like with all the walkie-talkies, leaving people on the ship, like, all the different combos of strategies and equipment and stuff, like, that you could try a ton of different strategies in that game.
Absolutely.
To adapt to different situations in a way that I think is going to continue to be very fun.
Lethal Company. Brad, what's on this list?
Lethal Company, Remnant 2, and Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line.
With Lethal Company taking it for Brad's hard game club. Sounds like some kind of like hard cider or something. But that is going to do it for this segment, which means we're going to take another quick break here. We're going to come back. We've got 2 more categories, including a little something looking forward and the big something looking back. And I mean the top 10 games of the year. So we'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Or break it up. It's a long podcast. Do what you need to do. We'll just see you on the other side of this break. Okay, we are back, and we are in the home stretch of our Game of the Year shenanigans. We got our top 10, or ordered top 10 games of 2023 coming up. But before we do that, I feel like a bit of a palate cleanser, a bit of a look forward and see what's going on. And games are pretty great. The games themselves can be pretty great. Sometimes,
again, good year for products.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
We've got our category here. We're looking into the future. It is the games we wish we could play right now, and specifically the game, though we'll probably have 3 of them on this list. These are games that could have a date, could not have a date. They're basically off in the future at some point. They didn't have to be in 2023. They didn't have to be pushed back. They're basically the anchor to 2023 would be, do we know about this game in 2023? Is this a thing that is a real game? Well, we'll get to that in a second. Is this a game that could be a real game that we know about now? And on our list of game we wish we could play right now, we have Jurassic Park Survival, Nightingale, Homeworld 3, Skull and Bones, Exodus, Ark Raiders, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, Thank Goodness You're Here, Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2, Baby Steps, Rise of the Golden Idol, Blade, particularly Marvel's Blade, Star Wars Outlaws, Prince of Persia Sands of Time Remake, Light No Fire, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and Transformers Reactivate. If you're watching the video, there are dates next to these that I threw in. These are dates based on Internet Games Database and what I could find. I was just kind of curious what had a date and what didn't. It really doesn't have much bearing on this.
I'm adding one game to this list.
Okay, a game has been added to the list. It is Thrasher.
It is the new game from at least one of the folks that made Thumper.
Yeah. Good pull.
Yeah, I should point out this list is by no means comprehensive.
No.
There's almost certainly stuff we have forgotten that we might put on here. Also, the list started out as like game we wish had come out this year, but that sounds more like, a game that was going to and got delayed or something. But then we started putting like way future games on here, and then it was just like, let's just talk about games that aren't out that we wish were out in some fantasy version of reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there inevitably are probably holes as I scroll this list of next year's games, just looking for anything we forgot.
Look, when I was looking through games that have in the future release dates, there are hundreds of them.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I put the games that I would like. This is the game I would like to play right now. This is the one. The one game I have on here that I was like, I'm not even sure this could make this list, is that Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. I don't know what state of development that is. I think they started over, and I'm not even sure in 2023 I could say this is a real game that is going to come out even in the near future.
I looked it up. There was a headline like a month ago. It was kind of a nondescript headline, but somebody at Ubisoft said something along the lines of like, it's going well, like we have passed a major milestone and now development can proceed.
Okay.
Or something like that. Like it was something very generic sounding, but it did sound like they had kind of like gotten over some hurdle and like were moving along with it pretty steadily. So hopefully that'll actually come out.
Okay.
Eventually.
At this point, though, I'm going to cut it from this list because at this point, and I'm not saying this other one would make my top 3, but I think I'm more interested in playing that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yes, some people previewed that recently and had very good things to say about how it plays and stuff. I'm definitely, but also at the same time, we will likely be playing that like a matter of days after this podcast goes up, or like a week or 2.
It's scheduled to come out in the middle of January, so
yeah. So that's I'm going to say, well, we don't have to cut it.
We don't have to.
It's so close.
Look, there are things out here that are pretty pie in the sky. We have no idea what those games are going to shape out.
This is also a pretty frivolous category, if we're being honest here. We can just kind of do what we want.
Yeah. So
it is for sure.
I'm going to say one that I think is like really, if I could play this thing right now, it's going to be pretty hard to beat for me, and that's probably Light No Fire. Like,
really?
Yeah. Like, I really want to see what that's about.
was bummed that I didn't get to do the Game Awards podcast because I had a lot of thoughts about all the stuff that got announced, but I did not expect to come in here hearing that much positivity about that.
It's from a team that is doing things in the game space that are, I find, very creatively interesting. If not always my style, they're unique and interesting. And Hello Games just has a tech and an understanding of it that I find fascinating, and I would like to see what Light No Fire is going to be. Yes,
I'm extremely with you. Like, they're a strong tech studio, and that, like, a single planet seems like maybe a better and more what's the word I'm looking for? A more comprehensible venue for their type of, like, huge scale multiplayer connected world than like a whole universe. Because, like, flying between planets, every planet is big but kind of barren. Like, you might run into people, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's a little too diffuse in space.
Yeah.
But one planet, like, anybody can get their head around what Earth is,
Yeah.
And so the idea of an entire planet being modeled and everybody who is playing this game all being on that same planet, like, but at the same time, like, I don't want to get back into the, like, I was a chief offender of the, oh my god, No Man's Sky, this pitch.
Yeah.
You fucking cannot believe what they're saying. Like, they did it, to be fair.
It took them time, but they did it.
It's not like they didn't build, and they delivered the infinite universe on day one. There just wasn't that much to do in it.
In No Man's Sky, do you still, if you're not connected in a session with other people, do you run into other players just in the universe, or do you have to be in multiplayer?
Yes, that was my understanding, that you just randomly can now.
Oh, okay. Because I haven't
been. That was
my
understanding that they.
All right.
I haven't kept up with every single update either, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think the odds are just very low.
Sure, it's a big universe,
if I'm not mistaken. So that's the thing. Maybe, and who knows?
Who
I don't
knows?
think they've talked hard. I think they've talked, like, hardly at all about, like, instancing or how they're going to deal with, like, a number of players in a given area, or, like, are structures or changes to terrain persistent for every player? Right. Is this, like, a true single living planet, or is it actually just, like, little instances of the same area for different people? Who knows? I would love it if they have cracked the tech to just make it one giant planet that everybody's sharing.
I would hope.
With no instancing, no anything. Like, it's all just a giant soup of everybody.
Is that information out there? Were there previews of it? Because I thought I saw Dan talking about it.
Yeah, they did talk to a few members of press.
Okay.
Rock Paper Shotgun actually went to their office and had a little write-up that I haven't had a chance to read. But even then, they had very little to say about, like they're not talking about details so much as just, like, talking to press generally. Like, they're definitely not saying, like, 32 players can be in this big an area at the same time or anything like
that. Don't make those promises quite yet.
Yeah, but I am with you. Like, that thing conceptually seems like it could be mind-blowing.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to get ahead of things in that No Man's Sky way either. I see what they did with No Man's Sky, and I want to see what they do next. Like,
yeah.
And a lot of these other games, I do feel like while I'm eagerly anticipating them, they feel a little bit more known quantity to me.
Yeah. Also, actually, I should also say, like, a single planet is a better way for their procedural generation to not get too boring or too samey. Because when you're doing billions of planets, of course, a bunch of them are going to seem quite similar, or, like, that's the joke about No Man's Sky is sort of like, what color is the grass on this planet?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this planet's got purple grass, that other one's got, yellow grass, whatever. Like, one planet, even if you're procedurally generating content, that's a smaller overall space. So hopefully they'll have more variety and more things of interest.
A bunch of planets on one planet.
Yes.
You guys have anything you're looking forward to that you want to pin or cut? That one I just want to say is high on my list. I'm not necessarily it's the top, but it's very high up there.
Yeah, like when we first wrote this category down, my very first thought when I looked at it was Arc Raiders again, because that was my answer last year. I'm still very interested in Arc Raiders, but it's taking so long, and they have, like, admittedly sort of rebooted it.
Oh, really? Okay.
My understanding from what they said, I believe, is it was more of just a PvE, like, squad versus giant robots thing. And now it has become kind of more of an extraction shooter, but with the giant robots in there.
Times changed.
Yes, definitely. That could still be cool, and that might actually be better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it almost seems like it went from Monster Hunter to something much more, like, competitive multiplayer oriented.
Man,
Because it sounds like before it was just you and friends working to take those giant robots down type stuff.
Yeah.
But it could still be very cool. Like even an extraction shooter version of that concept, I think could work extremely well.
Totally.
Still very excited to play that. But then when I thought about it some more, I was like, okay, Arc Raiders, I don't know what's going on with that. Actually, it's Baby Steps.
Okay.
It's one of mine too, honestly.
It's the new Bennett Foddy game, which is co-op, but a full story-based 3D, maybe open world game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you saw that most recent trailer that came out a few months ago. It seems genuinely very funny. Like, it seems like the writing and the comedy and all that stuff is going to be quite good. But also, like, remember Death Stranding?
I do remember Death Stranding.
You know, like how it was like kind of hard to walk in that game a little bit.
Uh-huh.
What if that, but impossible to walk? Like, what if like the very act of planting your feet and ambulating in this game is so hard that some people never accomplish it? I doubt it'll be that hard. But like, the idea of a game like this, where the most fundamental action you ever do in a video game is like requires immense amounts of thought process and mastery to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I cannot wait. I want to be the best Baby Steps player on the planet.
Do you have any idea
That's what
how
I
it
wanna
controls?
do.
You just assuming QWOP?
No idea.
This is all
idea.
we've seen of the game so
Okay.
far.
Yeah, I don't think they've said specifics about controls other than just it's going to be a real act. It's going to be a real challenge just to move forward in this.
Okay.
And I want to also call out the fact that it is Bennett Foddy, but it's also Maxi Bach, who is one of the co-creators of was it Ape Out?
Ape Out was great.
Yeah. Also former Harmonix. They were the ones who came up with the jazz AI in Ape Out, like the background music and the way that it would sort of play into what you were doing. So this is a collaboration I am very excited about.
Yeah,
That's cool.
this is I cannot wait to play this.
So you're saying this is one you're going to want to pin on this list?
Yes, for sure.
I swear the two that are mine are definitely not just because they are people I used to work with at Harmonix. I promise. I'm legitimately very excited about Baby Steps. I'm also very excited about Thrasher.
Thrasher.
Yeah. I'm gonna move to say we should not cap this at 3.
Oh.
Maybe.
You're saying a top 5, maybe?
Why don't we just like whittle it down to a few?
Sure.
Let's see where
I feel
we
like
end up.
There might be too many on here, and also this is like a
It's a fun
perspective category, right?
Yeah.
Like it's but it's also like premature. We don't actually know how any of these games are,
Yeah.
so like pitting them against each other is kind of futile. So let's just we just get it down to the ones we're most interested in, maybe.
I mean, for me, it's Baby Steps and it is Thrasher. Those are the two that
Yeah.
I am definitely the most jazzed about on here.
Yeah, Arc Raiders and Baby Steps for me for sure.
I really want to see what happens with Exodus. Like, is it the heir to Mass Effect?
Yeah, I don't know. When they started saying that, I was like, "Ooh,
I mean,
you sure you want to do this?
Uh-huh.
This is you're writing a big check just by saying the words Mass Effect here." Also, that's the Matthew McConaughey one.
That's
Yes.
the Matthew McConaughey one.
Yes. What an immensely likable dude. Like, the celebrity appearances at the Game Awards are a joke for a reason, but he came out on stage and it's just that like folksy Texas charm is like undeniable.
So I think the Exodus stuff, after they showed the reveal trailer and they went into some more of the details of it, the time dilation mechanic that they're putting into it, I'm really curious to see how they use that. The basically traveling faster than light mechanic, they say, will be one of the core things in this game, that you will be making choices based on how time works, because going to deliver a thing might take you a couple of hours, but when you come back to that planet, it's 30 years later. So are those going to be big narrative jumping off points? Or is that going to be an actual gameplay mechanic? I don't know.
It seems extremely like, between McConaughey and that concept, it seems extremely like a game based on that one scene in Interstellar of him watching the videos of his adult children.
Yep. It is, but I found it looks cool. It seems cool. We'll see. I don't know. That's one I'm pretty excited about.
Maybe just have slightly more trepidation around it.
That's a no date one. And we'll see what I think. Want to say that's a Wizards of the Coast published game too. Yes.
I don't mean to derail this conversation, but I'm looking at the list of games coming out next year.
Uh-huh.
I just have to read this title. This is the most video game title I've ever seen for anything ever. It's from this is a Nipponichi game.
Okay.
The title is The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered.
Okay. Great.
The Legend of Legacy.
The Legend of Legacy HD Remastered.
What does that mean?
Those
are just words.
It's going to be better. Have you played the original Legend of Legacy?
Those are just words. I'm sorry. Carry on.
I think Thank Goodness You're Here is a really interesting game, or it looks like a really interesting game. That's that Panic game.
Yes.
That looked super interesting to me.
Yes. Yes, that does look awesome.
I think this is coming out next year. It's got a real Frobisher vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really know exactly what the hell you're going to be doing in it. But it looks charming as hell.
I'm going to look that up on Steam real quick. You know what's weird about these announcements that get a trailer on a stage is the trailer might not say much.
Uh-huh.
But then frequently a Steam listing goes up at the same time that actually just says exactly what the game is.
Oh, for the description?
For example, I kind of want to put Big Walk is a 2025 game.
Okay.
Do you remember Big Walk is the new game from House, the Untitled Goose Game
Yes.
people?
Yes.
Remember that trailer? I'm going to put Big Walk on there. It's a cooperative online walker talker.
Walker talker.
Is what this says.
Finally, a Sorkin-like.
A cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking. That sounds super interesting. I'm going to put Big Walk. on
the list. I'm going to take off some stuff as we kind of whittle it down. I'm going to take off, even though it's a game I want to play, I'm pretty sure I can get a sense of what 40K Space Marine 2 is going to be. Even though it's something I really, really want to play. Homeworld 3 is something I really want to play, but if we're making a list of even top 5, I'm not sure that's going to be on there. Skull and Bones, I'm not sure I even want to play it.
I don't know what I want from that thing anymore.
I just want somebody to play it.
It's got another date, February 16th.
I just want it to come out and for people to play it, and then we can all move on.
I kind of want the people that are working on it to be done working on it in some weird way.
What if it's the best game ever made?
It could be. I don't know.
What if it's the next Fortnite?
But it could be.
Let's not say things we can't take back.
But I think I don't know if I've got the hype for it right now. I'm gonna, unless you guys want it, I'm gonna take it off.
Nah.
Okay.
No.
Marvel's Blade. It's really not too much known about this.
No, not really. I mean, the director has talked a fair amount on Twitter about it since he did his little thing on the Game Awards. Yeah, that one's another one in that category you mentioned of I am very curious to see what that is or how it turns out, but you can at least kind of imagine what it's going to be.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of leaning toward games that seem completely out there and something I've never seen before.
Totally. Yes.
Whereas you can kind of, you know what this Arcane's kind of DNA is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you know what Blade is, so you can at least kind of envision what that's going to be. But I'm definitely curious to see how that plays out.
Though third person Arcane, I don't know.
Yeah, that's new.
It'd be weird.
On the other hand, Arcane doing a licensed game is so weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
I really want to see Star Wars Outlaws, but in a top 5 on here with Big Walk and Baby Steps and Light No Fire, I feel that's another one where, sure, it's probably going to be a Star Wars third-person action-adventure game, right?
Yeah, it showed way better than I expected it to, but you can kind of guess what that is as well.
Yeah. So I'm going to take that and Blade off for now. Same thing with Rise of the Golden Idol. It doesn't mean I don't want to play it or I wouldn't play it right now. It just, in terms of, I think we're probably turning this list into more of a what the hell is this game going to be list?
Yeah. Or games that have piqued our interest or intrigue us the most.
Yeah. Nightingale, I kind of lost the thread on a little bit. That's a game that did get delayed. That's that Victorian like portal-y kind of game where you're going in through all those. Is it a survival game? Are you base building?
I think it
in
is.
those games?
If it's the one I think it is, if it's the one that I think it is definitely a survival crafting game.
Yeah,
a shared world survival crafting game is what the webpage says.
There you go. They showed it a bunch. I'm gonna take it off unless anybody else has anything on there. Flight Simulator 24. I'm looking forward to it. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be like the last Flight Simulator.
Yep.
Just maybe better. Maybe. Did you see they were talking about maybe putting in historic rewinds because they have the data, if they have weather data and stuff, doing historical things like, oh, there was this hurricane during this time.
Oh,
you could load up that event because we have the data to load up that weather event.
Oh, that's nuts.
I thought it was really interesting.
That's cool.
All right. I say we try to get this list down to a solid 5.
Yeah, I'm doing the stupid thing of I'm over here looking for more games to add because I just got this sneaking suspicion there's some stuff I really care about that I haven't thought of. But there's a lot of games announced.
There's a lot of games. Again, there's like Wolverine is announced. I mean, I did not look through that Insomniac stuff yet, so I don't know exactly what is out there now about some of these games.
Boy, talk about a can of worms.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at some of that stuff or any of that stuff. I just saw the headline in my RSS feed because I still use an RSS feed. Transformers Reactivate is actually one I don't know much about at all. Like that's a splash damage Transformers game.
I don't think they've shown gameplay, have they? Is that the one they just keep showing CG trailers?
I don't think they've showed it in a bit, but yes, it was just like the CG stuff. I assume it's still in development.
Far as we know.
I could go pretty wide here and just say like, a bunch of the stuff Xbox has had announced for like 3 years I'm curious about, I really want to know what Everwild is.
A Fable.
Yeah, Fable. There's all kinds of stuff that I'm curious about, but like I don't know. Maybe this list is good because this is stuff that like we have a pretty good idea of, at least have seen.
Yeah, or again, it's stuff that what do you want to play right now?
Yeah. What are you most jazzed about?
Yeah, I mean, if we're actually sticking pretty close to the wording of the category, then it's those two I mentioned earlier.
How about Jurassic Park Survival? Any love for that?
No.
Okay.
How'd that get on here then?
What's that?
How'd that get on?
I put it on here. I'm actually kind of curious. Look, I like Jurassic Park. They're going back to the first Jurassic Park. It seems like they could have a good Jurassic Park game.
Yeah, like a Jurassic Park VR game seems cool. Just as soon as I see the word survival, I start to wonder.
Glaze over a little
bit.
Is it VR?
I thought it was VR only. Is it not?
I don't think so. I thought it was third person.
Am I thinking of something totally different?
You might be thinking of something different. I don't know. I mean, it was like CG.
Wait a minute. Jurassic Park Survival, I think, is maybe not in production anymore.
They just showed it.
Are you talking about the one from the Game Awards?
Yes.
Okay, that might be a different game. Yeah, this is Jurassic Park Survival.
Wait, so survive during first-person action as InGen scientist Dr. Maya Josie, who is unable to evacuate, is a newbar in this single-player action-adventure game and discover a never-before-told story. Hello. Yeah, it seemed neat. I thought it was third person, but they didn't show gameplay from it. They're going back to Jurassic Park.
They got to stop going back there.
Never stop.
They keep making dinosaurs.
Chris Pratt needs to fight dinosaurs. All right. Sounds like there's no love for it.
Nah.
It is gone.
I'm trying to... Sorry, I was just trying to unpack it from this other game that appears like it was canceled.
You're talking about the one with the robot dinosaurs, the Horizon game.
Sure, that one.
Call of the Mountain. All right. Sounds like we've got a pretty close list here. Baby Steps, Light No Fire, Big Walk, Arc Raiders, and Thrasher all bolded. That's 5.
Those are strong numbers.
Yeah.
I feel pretty strongly that all those are ones that we would like to play.
I can get down with that.
Yeah.
Gonna be honest, I don't really care what wins.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
I do. Let's. What's the number one thing, Alex? You have to pick one. You're number one. Put your
Baby
name.
Steps.
Baby Steps. Okay. Alex wants to play Baby Steps. Brad.
I'm really torn. Like mechanically, like putting my hands on a controller and controlling a character in a game, it's baby steps.
Okay.
Like bigger picture, what the hell is this game and how is it as crazy as it seems like it might be? It's Light No Fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one.
I'm going to put my name next to Light No Fire.
Yeah. Gosh. It was definitely baby steps coming into this, but now I'm kind of torn on that.
I mean, again, these are all things that are we're following closely.
Yeah. I might actually have to go Light No Fire, just in the sense that I desperately want to know what the general parameters of that thing are.
Love it. All right. In our top 5, unprecedented, top 5 games we wish we could play right now. Again, a little bit of a palate cleanser category. Baby Steps is Alex's pick. That should be coming out in September, or I don't know. Let's just say 2024 as of right now. A Light No Fire, no date. That is Vinny and Brad with runners-up Arc Raiders, Thrasher, and Big Walk. Hopefully these games come out in 2024. Actually, hopefully these games come out when they're good and ready.
Damn right.
All right. Are you guys good and ready?
I think so.
It's time.
As ready as I'll ever be.
It's time for the top 10 games of the year.
So it is.
Here they are.
Here, I'm going to add on the video here. I'm adding an S to this top 10 games of the year. All right. In no particular order. Here are, and this is actually shuffled around. So this is, I didn't do the thing where you write down your favorite games and then the rest of the games you're filling in the list. These are all shuffled up. Remnant 2, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, The Exit 8, Alan Wake 2, Mortal Kombat 1, F-Zero 99, Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, Pikmin 4, Starfield, Dredge, Chants of Sennaar, Thirsty Suitors, Cocoon, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Humanity, Diablo 4, Viewfinder, Resident Evil 4, Breakout 13, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, and Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Sorry,
Did I forget
Star
to put El
Wars
Paso?
Jedi Survivor.
Did I forget to put El Paso elsewhere on here?
I didn't see it.
Then, if you wouldn't mind just also reading the following words as I type them in.
El Paso elsewhere.
Love it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Yep. Okay. Look, you're gonna add to this list if we want. Let's start with we've talked a lot about a lot of these games.
Yeah, so I actually coming in, I feel pretty good about almost everything on here has gotten some discussion already.
Yeah. Some discussion already.
Some.
I don't think any of you, and I don't know if I would necessarily keep. Well, let's talk about Diablo 4. Is that a game we feel
I would not keep
strongly about?
Diablo 4.
No.
Okay.
Definitely
Yeah.
not. I have nothing against Diablo 4, but I really fell off of it faster than I thought I would.
I would describe it as barely liking it.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't mind it as much. I found it. I definitely more than barely liked it. I'm trying to think if I more than tolerated it. With my time with it, it was okay. There was a fun cinematic near the end, but I don't think it would hit this top 10.
No, I'm in no way jazzed about it.
Like I think I maybe just don't love that kind of action RPG as much as I used to, or maybe never did as much as I thought I did. Like I was all excited about like dude, we might have had our own family computer by then, but like playing Diablo 1 in my friend's house for the first time was just like a profound like holy shit PC games moment for me. The friend was also way into metal and stuff, and like it was definitely a real moment of like, man, there's some ill shit going on in this house. I was like excited to be there. Anyway, like I was excited for Diablo 4 to be this big throwback to that early Gothic style of Diablo. and then enjoyed time with it and thought that throwback Tristram sequence was pretty fun, and then just fell off. Sorry, that was more than we needed to talk about the other four,
that's fair.
probably.
Look, I put a lot of hours in that game. Like I said, as soon as I finished it, I think I stopped playing it, even despite what I think they wanted me to do, which was to keep up with their events and whatever it was.
Yes, definitely.
I'm not going to add it to this list because we're not going to take it off, or just add it and take it off. But I will just say we put Mortal Kombat 1 on here. We did not put Street Fighter 6 on here. That is not a commentary on their quality by any stretch. I will just say, for my part personally, I think Street Fighter 6 is a terrific fighting game and a big improvement over Street Fighter 5, certainly as it was at launch. I just did not keep up with it nearly as much as I ended up keeping up with MK1, though even that I've fallen off with a little bit over time. I think it's just a personal preference thing more for me, is that I just slightly leaned MK1, but I think Street Fighter 6 was really good.
Yeah, like, anybody who might get mad that we tend to lean MK over Street Fighter, A, don't get mad at people for their preferences in video games.
Yes.
But B, yeah, like, that's just reflective of the fact that none of us are competitive fighting game players, right?
No, I'm in it for the story.
Right, like the Evo scene, there's a reason that Street Fighter dominates there consistently.
And
but
I think
none of us are going to get that good at Street Fighter. And yeah, like you said, MK just, to buy fucking head and shoulders, has got the best story modes in fighting games these days.
And I think even just as like on a minute-to-minute, just want to fuck around and play some fights, like, I think I just had a little tiny bit more fun with MK1 in general than I did with Street Fighter 6, though I still think Street Fighter 6 is actually a very approachable and good game for people who are more casual players. It's not, it is not in any way a game that is like locked out unless you are like into the FGC.
Yeah, I did spend a good couple weeks playing Street Fighter Online off and on and having fun with that. I probably played about as much of that as I did MK Online.
Yeah,
like I liked playing both games quite a bit, but I think just none of us are, nobody's coming here for best in class fighting game coverage necessarily. So
well, if you are, I have bad news.
I ain't no damn fighting scientist. All right,
Street Fighter 6 is on and cut.
I said we didn't have to do that, but thank you for doing it anyway. I appreciate that.
I want to make sure the fighting game audience knows that Alex Navarro just cut Street Fighter 6 from this list. That is important.
I mean, to be honest, I might also cut MK1 in the end.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's going to make my top 10. It's kind of on the bubble right now for me.
How about RE4? Is that
I could see it. That's definitely not an early cut to me. I would say there's at least going to be an argument for it. Here, how about Starfield?
That's a really interesting one that feels like we shouldn't be having that conversation right now, but I also agree with you that I don't think I would put it on my list.
I have no argument for that game.
It's just, I don't know, feels like we're in the wrong universe or something, but yes, I also agree. I think Starfield was not that engaging, or I would have kept up with it. So yeah,
it's just very okay. Like, I don't think anything about Starfield really stood out amid even the weakest entries elsewhere on this list. I still maybe feel slightly more emotion toward them than I ended up feeling for just about any part of Starfield.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff I ran into I played a couple dozen hours of it, and getting arrested for the first time and ending up on the capital ship, being told to go undercover was cool. I won't spoil stuff, but some of the other stuff I've heard you hit, the more you explore, there is actually some interesting stuff out there. And some of the stuff they do with New Game Plus actually seems really interesting as well, but it's just too spread out. There's just too much nothing in between.
Mm-hmm.
With the way the travel works, that we've talked about endlessly, and the planets being so barren.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful for them, for their sake, and for this game's sake, that they are going to add a bunch of stuff to it. I think I mentioned recently, they're out there teasing new modes of travel are on the way, stuff like that. I actually wonder, do they do a No Man's Sky? It's interesting to see a Hello Games, which is a small independent studio, just say you know what, we are going to support this game nobody has ever supported a game before. We are going to make this thing beloved. But can a big studio owned by a massive corporation get the freedom to do that?
Right. If you're not selling more copies, I guess maybe you're selling DLC. I don't know.
Right, like my gut says no, but maybe maybe they devote another year or two to really adding a bunch of stuff to that game. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. Sometimes I wonder too if some of those things that I had a problem with, which were the disconnected, disjointed nature of traveling around in that game, had anything to do with either design compromises or actual compromises for having to release that thing on 2 different versions of an Xbox, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, were there technical limitations that were like, look, this, you can't do through atmosphere stuff. The loading is not going to work this fast on these things, or I don't know.
I'm not qualified to say this, but my guess is that it's more their engine holding them back.
Could be, yeah.
Than platforms, because that engine is, I mean, they obviously iterate on it endlessly, but that engine has very, very old roots.
Yeah, creaky. All right, so Starfield's going to be off?
Probably,
feels weird,
yes.
so.
Like, it feels weird, a little bit like there's no way, right?
I don't think that feels weird at all.
Yeah,
I think after everything we've said about that game this year, I don't think like putting it on a top 10 makes much sense to me.
Yeah, like there's no reasonable way that's going to make it over all this other stuff.
All right. Let's keep slicing and dicing.
Is Pikmin 4 going to make our top 10?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. It's an okay game. I haven't written my top 10 yet. There's a chance it could sneak on there. I had a fun time with it.
It's cool that Pikmin's still around
Yeah.
and still kicking, and the games are still good. You know,
Yeah.
like that's not a diss on it in any way, shape, or form. But I don't know that I had much. Nothing. I tried it out. It did not really propel me.
Yeah, it's cool. They're still trying, or not. Maybe not trying is not the word, because they've
done 4 of them now.
It's not like, well, also it's not like the ideas they were putting in this one are like wildly original.
Yeah, it's like some new stuff.
Right, that's what I mean. They're at least, you know, that like very, very light RPG-ish type stuff they got in there. And didn't they do some new multiplayer stuff as well?
the battle stuff.
Right. So like, like the defense stuff, right?
Well,
like
the tower defense stuff,
out.
and then you have the Dundori battle things. Like,
so they're at least doing some things that are new for Pikmin in there, but yeah, it's still Pikmin.
It's still Pikmin, and like some of the things in it, I also didn't actually love some of the way they handled getting some of the Pikmin, where you have you get limited supplies until you find their onion, and it's kind of way later, and you have to do dungeons to get different Pikmin. But like, it's all right. Like, again, it might squeeze onto my top 10, but I'm okay not seeing it here. There's a bunch of great stuff on here.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm just scanning this list for anything that is it like an obvious absolutely not going to make it, and I feel like there is not much, and that's concerning. Or like, it feels like most of what's left here at least has a shot. Like Breakout 13
could be on a bubble.
Okay.
I think as a game, Breakout 13 is not as interesting to me as a narrative, and just sort of like it's the audaciousness of it. It's less the game part. I think the game part is a little funky in places.
Yeah, like if you want to get down to just the mechanics of making choices and proceeding through that game, it is not the most elegant.
Yeah, it's entertaining though.
Yes, it is.
That's for sure. But I could see it going. Jedi Survivor, I bet, is not going to make it. Let's say.
I did like what I played of it better than I liked the first one. I'll give it that. I think that it is a more assured and I think just better rendered vision of what they were doing in that first game. I think it is a little bit of the Star Wars burnout, more and less the game itself, but I did not. I just don't. I think I just don't find the characters in that particular universe that interesting. Like, it's not just Cal; it's some of the side characters as well. Like, I found myself having a hard time getting invested in their plight.
Yeah, why don't we leave that on there for now? But I also feel like that's not going to make this going.
I'm just looking at the rest of the list, and there's so much here. Like, I actually feel like we should go down the line and just say, like, okay,
what should stay?
Does at least one person feel like this really should be in the top 10?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Okay. Remnant 2, I do.
Okay.
Spider-Man 2.
Well, I want you to mark
Sorry.
them while you do that too. So,
Well,
are you going to cut the ones? You're going to discuss the ones.
I'm gonna mark the ones that nobody calls out because I think there are going to be way fewer of those.
Okay, fair.
What were you going to say, Alex?
I would say that there's a chance I would also go to bat for Remnant 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's a chance.
Spider-Man?
There's a chance I would go to bat for Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, I absolutely will. The Exit 8?
There's a chance, but it is lower.
I'm not sure about for top 10, but it is definitely worth considering.
Okay. That is definitely in my personal top 10, but I will still put a star on it just
okay.
Since that's kind of a soft one, I'm going to say. I feel like Alan Wake 2 is a lock.
Yeah, Alan Wake 2, I would go to bat for it.
Mortal Kombat 1 might get cut, I'm going to say.
I'm not feeling that one as much.
I'm the only one that likes F-Zero 99, right?
I mean, I like it. I don't know if I would make it on my top 10.
Okay. I'll put a star on that one because I'm guessing that's going to be a hard sell. Burning Shores?
You know, you could star that one. Like, I'd make a case for it if I felt like... If I were more... I really enjoyed my time with it. It's going to be on my top 10. It's hard for me to argue to people just aren't invested in the whole Horizon thing going on. It's a piece of DLC. It's very much based on what you've established in Horizon. And if you're not into that, this is not doing anything really that new. Like, it's... again, I like it because I like Horizon, so...
If we were going to fight for this one, I would fight for the Hitman Freelancer mode being on here.
I would fight.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
I think that's
I thought about it.
It's our list.
I really did think about it, but like it's not that I don't think there's it's not that I think there's some rule that prevents it from being on there. Of course we could put it on there. I just think there's enough good stuff from this year that we don't have to make that move. Like I think that it found its place. I believe we talked about it before, like and where it kind of fit into that. But like, I think at this point there's enough strong new releases this year that we don't have to do that.
Yeah, and if Burning Shores did anything that were that to break it away from Forbidden West to put it into a different category, I would make a stronger argument. But it doesn't really. I mean, it is new new tech in the new hardware. Being on PS5 only, but it's not that big. It's not that different enough. Unlike Dredge, which I would make a case for.
All right. Chants of Sennaar,
which I would make a case for.
All right. Alex has made his feelings about Thirsty Suitors clear.
Mm-hmm.
I would go to bat for Cocoon.
Okay.
Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
No.
Interesting. I've played more of this since the last Game of the Year podcast we did.
Uh-huh.
I wish I had gotten to play it with my nephews already, which has not happened yet. Although, Vinny, you did play a multiplayer, right? It didn't seem to blow your socks off.
It did not. The local co-op, it did not. Because there's the online stuff as well. It did not.
Actually, sometimes I find the online stuff kind of annoying now that I think about it.
Yeah, I think there are some interesting ideas in this game. I think it still feels very much like a thing they tossed out at the end of a console life cycle and not something that really stuck in my mind as like a super rad Mario game.
Yeah, I'm going to star it. Like I said, I've kind of warmed to it more since last week, since I played a little more of it. But I'm not sure that's a strong contender.
Yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, I would argue for that.
I think there's a strong enough argument to keep talking about it.
Humanity.
Oh, no.
I would maybe go to bat for that one.
Yeah, on this, it's going to be tough on this list, but I'm kind of with Alex. I really do like that game. It's probably lower on my list. Like if on my personal top 10 list, it might pop up on there. So on a joint top 10 list, I think. Sorry, Humanity. I might be willing to compromise on you if somebody feels more strong.
It's definitely going on my top 10. I understand it may not make it in the end.
Now watch us all put it on our personal top 10s and it not be on here.
Look,
we'll see.
Look, if we have even a top 5 that are different for each of us, it's still 15 games. So
yeah.
Viewfinder, I absolutely will go bat for.
I don't think RE4. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think so.
I don't know if I would go to bat for RE4 over a bunch of these other games on here either.
I might.
I mean, if we put that one on here, then we have to talk about Dead Space too, because Dead Space has beaten it, I think, in the other categories that we talked about.
Wait, did we not put Dead Space on
We
this
did not
list?
put Dead Space on this
The
list.
hell?
I don't know if Dead Space would be, well, again, it might be on my personal top 10, but like, I don't know if I would go to bat for it here if people want to make a fight for Dead Space, but I have a hard time seeing it making it through some of the meat grinder here.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I if it came down to it, not that we couldn't have both, but I would probably take Dead Space over RE4.
Sure.
Almost certainly. Breakout 13, did we decide to cut that?
I think we were saying maybe that's not gonna make it.
I don't think that's gonna make it.
Yeah.
RE4, do I star it or not? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I think that means you would go to bat for it then.
No, those are the ones that nobody felt super passionate about.
I don't feel super passionate about it.
Yeah, or don't feel like they would fight for it to be on here. Baldur's Gate is obvious. Lethal Company, I will go to the mat for.
I'd support it.
Potentially. Jedi Survivor again. Now that you've seen everything else here.
Man, I kind of feel a little similar in the same way I feel about the Horizon stuff. It's a little also ran. It's a little more iterative. It's like...
I think that might be your answer.
Yeah, I kind of feel the opposite, Alex, than you. I feel like it was less impressive than... or the novelty had worn a little thin by this one. So I don't know if I'd fight for it. Again, personal top 10 list. We've all done this for many years. We know how these get by the end. Am I going to waste time saying we're going to leave this thing on here if I put a star next to it?
Done. El Paso elsewhere.
I'll fight for it.
All right. Dead Space, I think there's a pretty strong argument.
Yeah, again,
Also,
we'll see when it gets down to it. Like, that might...
We still have to cut some stuff here.
Yeah, that might wind up in like a nice 13 or 14 slot.
Let's see. Let me do some Google Doc work here.
Okay.
I'm just going to move everything with a star on it down.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves.
I wonder if we can make columns on this.
Oh boy.
No, just gonna do it. Just do it.
He's already doing the work,
Yeah.
so we'll just go with it.
I've had enough situations of like spending 5 times longer trying to figure out how to do something in Google Docs than just doing it the hard or crappy way.
So we've got here. I'll start reading off the ones for those listening. The ones that do not have a star are, or the ones that people feel very strongly about: Remnant 2, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, Dredge, Chants of Sennaar, Thirsty Suitors, Cocoon, The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, Humanity, Viewfinder, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, El Paso Elsewhere, and Dead Space. And for my own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I'm adding a line here, and that's the top 10.
Okay.
Which means that we have to move things up and down if we want to get on there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw out, not to add more games to this. We didn't have Hi-Fi Rush. Does anybody feel?
That's a good point. And man, I didn't put Bomb Rush Cyberfunk on here either.
Yeah. I also didn't put Final Fantasy 16.
Okay, so Hi-Fi Rush, I could see an argument for. I did really like Bomb Rush Cyberfunk. I really liked it a lot. I'm not going to fight for it the way I would fight for some of these other ones. I just want to call it out and say that game was real good.
Yeah, I guess I'm the same with FF16. Like, the high points are extremely, exhilarating. Like, some of those fights, just like... this is not original, but I've seen people talk about Asura's Wrath in comparison to that game, and like, yes... it's awesome that something like that can evoke such comparisons. That game is way too uneven, though, I think, to be in the top 10 here, most likely.
I do think there is an argument, potentially, for Hi-Fi Rush being on here.
Okay.
All right, we're adding it?
Yeah.
I'm putting it at the bottom.
That's fine. Because we didn't think of it initially, so that's fair.
Here, I'm going to add... should I number these? Or Brad, do you want to number these so we can keep track of how many are in the top?
Look, I've done too many of these.
Yeah.
I've done too many, unless you're okay with Remnant 2 settling automatically into number 1.
That's why I didn't do it initially.
I've done way too many of these where we just put numbers on it out of convenience, and then somebody's like, "Hey, this looks pretty good."
Yes. I just want to keep track. We have around 15 games here. I guess we'll know when we get down to it.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we do a second round of what absolutely has to stay?
Let's do it. But let's not. We don't have to run down the list. Let's just start bolding stuff that, like, once you call out a thing that you're like, this has to stay.
Like to me, Remnant 2 like might be my game of the year. Like that's absolutely a lock.
Baldur's Gate 3. I'm bolding.
Yeah.
I'm bolding Thirsty Suitors.
Hell yeah. Go for it. I'll bold it for you.
Thank you.
I think Alan Wake 2 has to be on here.
Sure.
Can't argue with it.
That's probably most of the like unanimous ones. Well, you know what? I'm gonna say I think it would be criminal not to put Viewfinder in the top 10.
I would bold that. Bold that in a heartbeat.
Considering how you guys felt about it, I think that's fair.
Yeah, we haven't really touched on it much. Like the storytelling in that game is okay. It's not like the best aspect of the game by any means, or even like in games of that type. Like parts of the storytelling I thought were good, but it doesn't like I don't know, Vinny, did you feel differently? Like I felt like the story doesn't it comes together at the end, but it didn't like bowl me over.
I think it's a fun, or not fun. It's kind of a, I don't know what you call it, tragic. Yeah, it's like
it's pretty melancholy, but
it's you get what these people were trying to do, and it's fleshed out, and you get a pretty good sense of the characters and their interaction. So I think it's not necessarily an action-packed story. It's kind of more just this tale of things falling apart.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know what it was like. If it had had like I'm trying to think of a game that even has a really excellent story in that
Portal
style.
Portal 2.
Portal strikes an incredibly different tone, but yes, you're right. Like puzzle room game with voiceover for storytelling. Yeah. Like Portal is obviously like a gold standard, but like this is a different tone. But like I guess if they had really like gotten me right here, pointing at my heart, you know, like if the writing had been there to like really bring that story home in a way that was unassailable, I'd be like, that's one of the absolute best games of the year.
That cat's pretty
like,
sad.
As it is, I think like the puzzle aspect of it is pretty mind blowing. The story stuff is just good.
Yes, I agree. I would bold Chants of Sennaar on this list.
Okay.
That would be for me.
Okay.
I think that game's super duper awesome.
I would bold Spider-Man personally.
Spider-Man's definitely going to be in my top 10.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what the outcome of this process is going to be, or we're just going to bold this entire list.
Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
I
guess we keep bolding until like there's nothing left that anybody feels like it has to be.
Well, Brad,
here.
do you want to move? Why don't you move these bold ones into a group, because that'll give us a sense of what people jumped out at them first. You know?
Yeah.
Before the horse trading starts.
I kind of feel like we have to bold Lethal Company.
I'm kind of with you.
I don't necessarily agree, but it doesn't mean I don't like Lethal Company.
No, that's not what this means.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's understood.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm bolding.
Okay.
My one and only reservation about it is just that it's early access and very early, because it's only been out for like a month and a half at most. So who knows what it looks like in like a year? It could just be that much better though. But even we can get into it later, I guess. What's there now already feels like so unique to me in terms of the types of scenarios that you run into playing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. I just I just need to play more of it. I mean, look, I'm not, again, I like it, but I also like Cocoon. I also like Zelda. I also like Humanity. I also love Dredge. Dredge and Judge Dredd. Would I bold Tears of the Kingdom? I probably would.
Wow. Alex.
Yeah, look, I'm making the same kind of internal.
Here's what it is.
Yeah.
I did not finish Tears of the Kingdom, clearly. I had a lot of the same problems I had with Breath of the Wild, which is to say that it is more about the design philosophy of these Switch Zelda games that I think just did not hit as hard for me as sort of the classic Zelda formula. But I played more of this one than I did Breath of the Wild, and a big part of that is because I do think a lot of what they are doing with the build tools and the various powers in that game feels weird and inventive in a way that kept me interested, despite the fact that I was having a hard time gelling with kind of the structure of the thing. And, you know, that eventually resulted in, I forget the exact number of hours, but, you know, it was 20-something, I think, total that I ended up putting into it. And, you know, should I be going to bat for games that ultimately I did not finish or even really get that close to finishing? I don't know. It's our rules. We can do whatever we want. But I do think there is merit to the idea of putting it on this list. I don't know that any of us are passionate enough about it to necessarily fight tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea that there was something about it that made you ultimately bounce off of it is in and of itself like a valid position.
Yeah.
You know? That's Wolpaw's Law.
Yeah. It was the same thing that made me bounce off of Breath of the Wild. Like, those games are so open and so unstructured by and large that I think for someone with my particular brain, it felt too overwhelming, and there wasn't enough of like a rail for me to get myself onto.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, I got off of it mostly because of other stuff came up. Like, I've got a lot of hours in it. I'm pretty near the end. But even then, I still found it to be a little sloggy in parts.
Interesting. Okay.
I would italicize it. I don't think I would bold it.
What does that even mean?
That means we have talked about it. I'm not ready to cut it yet.
Okay.
I'm going to underline humanity while we're at it here.
Okay, good.
Anyone want to use any brackets while we're here?
Dredge, I'm putting in Comic Sans.
Good. Okay, good. That's the least appropriate font for Dredge.
Yep, nope, intentional.
What happens to Cocoon?
Hell, it's Cocoon. Cocoon
Don't
is
you dare do a
shrinking
strike
down.
Through. Okay.
Cocoon is shrinking down into another world.
Okay, great.
There you go. That's our list. Oops.
I think Dead Space is great. I don't know with El Paso, Dredge, Humanity, Zelda, and Cocoon if it's gonna claw its way up through this mess. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 games on this list already bolded.
Yeah, Dead Space is probably in my top 10, but it being a remake, even though they did quite a bit to it, I guess I can see the arguments that there's a lot of much more original stuff here.
It's not that it doesn't belong in this consideration, it's that I just don't know it's going to get the same level of passion that some of these other games are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if I were ordering this, aside from El Paso Elsewhere, which I did not play, Dead Space would probably be at the bottom of this like list of 17 games.
Oh wow, really?
Well, of this list that we have now. Again, if you take El Paso,
with what we are currently working with,
and Thirsty Suitors off, I would probably put Dead Space nearer to the bottom. Maybe. I have some other things on here that I don't feel as. But like of these like non-bolded ones, again, aside from El Paso, I would put Dredge, Humanity, Zelda, and Cocoon above Dead Space.
Interesting. Okay. Like I said, Dead Space is definitely almost certainly in my top 10. Like I on one level, I would make if it were if it were an earlier time, I might make a much stronger case for Dead Space to be in the top 10. But I see the argument for letting it go. I'm going to move it down to this bottom section, which I'm guessing is just the section where games never return from.
Hey, you know,
You
look,
might be right.
Stuff happens. Like the Exit 8, I feel pretty strongly about, honestly.
Oh,
Like,
dude, I would like that. That one is 100% in my top 10. Like, I was kind of blown away by that game.
so like if that winds up creeping back up in the list somehow, like I could see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Dredge is a great game. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the DLC. Cocoon is a great game. Humanity's maybe another one that I could go either way on, because I after I got through a lot of the puzzle, I kind of just stopped playing it. Like I think once I got a lot of the upgrades and the hooks, I kind of put it down and was like, okay, I think I've felt what I need to feel from Humanity for now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one I feel pretty strongly about, but also I think that in this top 10, it probably is not one that is going to float past a lot of these other ones, but I don't know. Like, to me, that game was just it was a delight in its own way.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Like, I would put it in the top 10 probably, but is it going to make it with all this other stuff? I don't know.
Let's do the weird thing of how about, okay, of these 5 games, if you could pick one to keep, which one would you bold of these? This is
of all of these.
For people listening, this is Cocoon, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Humanity, Dredge, and El Paso Elsewhere.
Of all of those, I would probably take Cocoon.
Cocoon? Bold it. Yeah, do it. Put a stick of bold on there.
This is the italicized section.
Okay, yes, the italicized section. Okay.
Dear God.
Alex, which one would you pick out of these 5?
I mean, my personal pick is El Paso.
Okay, let's italicize that one.
Okay.
God, is Zelda really getting cut?
I don't know.
I think I would pick Dredge. I think.
All right, that's fair. Hey, look.
They can't all win.
No.
I never would have seen this coming. Vinny Caravella, the man who killed Zelda.
No, I didn't do it. Look, I italicized it first.
No, you did it, man.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
All right.
I can't speak to it for reasons discussed. I apologize again.
Well,
to people who are upset I didn't get to that game. But
look, I already took my shit for Breath of the Wild not being the God's gift to Zelda games when we did that during a game of the year.
That game was my number one by 1,000 miles that year. I will say one thing though, having played most of Breath of the Wild at this point, like the adversity is a lot of what I like about it. And like I'm looking forward to playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I think like playing with all those tools and making vehicles sounds like it's going to be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But also the ability to just engineer your way out of a lot of the problems in that game feels like it's going to be a very different experience, if not a lesser one. Like,
it is different.
I'm not going to say it necessarily would be worse, but a lot of like that's what Breath of the Wild shares with a lot of like the quote unquote survival games, right? Is like you kind of have to put up with some shit, and sometimes that means like making compromises or coming up with creative solutions to things. And obviously, like building out of mechanics and making contraptions to do that is just a more advanced form of that, right? But like,
they add that whole Underdark thing, the whole whole area for you to really introduce a whole other mechanic of surviving down there.
Yeah, fuck. You know what? I'll just withhold further comment.
There is no further. This is it, unless you're talking about.
Oh, I mean about Zelda, about Tears, which I did not play yet.
All right. Should we organize those into a group then? We'll move up Cocoon, Dredge, and El Paso, and let's see where we wind up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. With Cocoon, Dredge, and El Paso, we have 11 games on this list. And those 11 games are Remnant 2 in no particular order. Remnant 2, Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, Viewfinder, Baldur's Gate 3, Chants of Sennaar, Thirsty Suitors, Lethal Company, Dredge, El Paso Elsewhere, and Cocoon. This is a pretty good list so far, with a bunch of games that are on the chopping block underneath it. This was a great year for, like Alex, you've said it many times, for the product, for games. There are a lot of amazing games this year.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, people are not talking about 2023 in 1998 terms for nothing.
this probably isn't too far off from where I would wind up in a top 10. It's close. I'd say it's probably about 70% of the way there. So basically, we just need to cut one game if we want to. If we wanted to work with this group of bolded games,
and potentially swaps other stuff out. You know, like I think Cocoon should be in the top 10, but if I'm the only one,
I would take Cocoon over Lethal Company personally. Like again, Lethal Company on this list, aside from El Paso and from Thirsty, games I haven't played, Lethal Company would be nearer the bottom on this list. I would put Cocoon over it. So if we discount El Paso and Thirsty, because I can't speak to them, and Alex has spoken very eloquently and passionately about them, my cut would probably be Lethal. Sorry, I was looking over this list again. Lethal gets a little bit, probably gets an unfair shake from me a little bit too, because I do worry about novelty bias in it. It is something that we played very recently, though I really did enjoy it.
There's also a chance we are talking about this game again next year.
There is that.
It is an early access. You know, there's a chance that when it reaches whatever the definition of final product is in the current year, in the current scene, there's a good chance that we are talking about that game again.
It's possible. I mean, the thing I'll say about it is that we play a lot of multiplayer games now.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything from Deep Rock Galactic to Marauders to Sea of Thieves to you name it, you know, Payday 3. Like, it's more interesting to me than just about any other multiplayer game we have played so far, I think.
It is to me too.
Like, when you mix in, like, you know, it not being a shooter, like, that's number one, you know, like, you're not shooting anything. Like, the way you interact with stuff is different, but, like, the walkie-talkie mechanic, I think, is super interesting. All the terminal stuff, specifically like the monitoring players from the ship, the alien style, looking at the map, and like, especially once you get the ability to teleport people around, like, it's really just the amount of variation to it. You know, it's really just like, do we have the teleporter on this run or not? Like, were we able to afford a second walkie-talkie or a pro flashlight? You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like there's so much variety from run to run. That it's way more interesting to me than something like a Payday or even a Deep Rock, you know, where it's like the gameplay is a little more defined and a little more like the scope is a little more narrow in those games, you know, like the things you can do is just a shorter list. I mean, I definitely get the argument that it's brand new and then who knows where it's going to be in a few months. Like, you know, based on how much money it's made, I would hope I would hope it only gets better, not worse from here.
I hope it comes to consoles in some way like that.
That's well, I'm trying to think. I guess you'd have to adapt the terminal and stuff, but otherwise, I don't see why. Yeah,
you could probably do like a D-pad down the terminal or something like that. I also look. I probably had a very different experience than you guys playing that game, having to switch between the different feeds and see everybody's feeds during the gameplay, which I'm sure adds a different level of you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, like the pure experience of just only hearing the in-game voice chat and how that'll cut off, you know, when people die or get pulled in through a door, or it's really something. It's the first game. I mean, it feels like it's been 20 years. I mean, it's been basically since voice chat was added to games that you thought like, oh man, it's gonna be so awesome to like hear people when they're far away from you, or with echo, or like blah blah blah. And that never actually seemed worth it, you know? Like every time.
They have it in some of those other games we played.
There may be some other examples that are decent, but I would generally mostly just be like, let's just go back to Discord. Like, it just sounds better, you know, it works better. Like, this is the first one where it absolutely feels like crucial to the experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the one I would cut.
Okay.
But and also, you know, everybody probably knows this about me, but if you don't and you're listening, I will bias towards story-based stuff over mechanic stuff almost every time.
That's the thing. Like, I was looking at the storytelling list we came up with, comparing to like my favorite games of the year, and almost everything I've got is like mechanics games, or games where story is like more implied or less of a focus.
Alex,
I like when stuff is stupid.
What would you cut? And why is it Spider-Man?
The one I would cut The one I would cut is one I haven't played, though, so I feel like I shouldn't do that. But I have the least feelings about Chants of Sennaar, but I will say that what I watched of you play it seemed impressive enough that I totally understand why you would feel strongly about it being here.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not going to just come in and say, well, I didn't play it, so fuck that.
Uh-huh. Good for you.
That's I'm not doing that.
I appreciate it.
Of the ones I played on here, I'm going to say personally, I feel the least feelings about Cocoon.
Okay.
I think it's a really cool mechanic. I think that there's a pretty good puzzle game in there. It did not really hook me overall in terms of like the moment-to-moment gameplay, but I think what they pulled off is really neat. It just I have the least strong feelings about it being on here. That's my personal feeling.
Okay. Brad, what would you cut?
I mean, if we're limiting it to games we played,
Let's start there.
Yeah, let's start there.
Because otherwise it would be one of the 3 on here that I haven't played. Gosh. Let's see. I played Remnant, Spider-Man, Alan Wake, Viewfinder, Baldur's Gate, and Cocoon. And Lethal Company. Man, I don't know. I guess it might be Cocoon.
Okay. What would you cut?
I mean,
what would you cut of things that overall on here just didn't appeal to you?
Like Chants of Sennaar is awesome. Like what I watched of you play that looks like I want to try that at some point. Like I would definitely leave that. Gosh, that's a tough one.
It is tough.
Like, and again, I haven't played these, so I'd, put however much stock in this you want. It would probably be a toss-up between Thirsty Suitors and Dredge.
Oh, Dredge is so good.
Because I quite like the Max Payne throwback aspect of El Paso. I just have less like inherent kind of affinity for the other two. But I don't think we should make cuts based on that necessarily.
Well, look, if you think a game is not worth being on the list, I think that's valid if you have valid reasons. If you're like, look, like El Paso elsewhere isn't going to be on my list, and it's not because I don't think it's a good game. It's just A, I haven't played it, and B, like there's something about it. There's a reason I didn't pick it up, right? There's a reason I didn't go and play through it. Thirsty Suitors is one I do want to play. I just have not had the chance to get to. El Paso, I probably will not play.
What is it about El Paso? Just for clarification purposes.
The gameplay, like something about the gameplay, just even I like all the narrative stuff. The gameplay of it just doesn't seem that fun to me. Like I like Max Payne, but the gameplay seemed a little too simplified. If that's not easy. But like mechanically simplified. I'm not sure.
It is mechanically fairly simple. Like I'm not denying that. I don't think it is as deep a shooter as even like, the Max Payne games were in some ways, but it's also trying to deliver on a narrative and the gameplay. I'm not calling the gameplay incidental by any stretch. And I think when you kind of get a good feel for it, it actually feels very good. But it is not an overly challenging game by default. They have settings you can make to make it harder if you want. But it is a simplified shooter, but I think for what they're trying to deliver, that works.
Yeah, and the story stuff, I think, is the stuff that I'm really interested in. Like, that's the part I want to get through or see, because I really like all the bits I've seen of it and the way it's delivered. Yeah. So, again, I'm not trying to cut it. I'm just saying it's... No,
of course, I understand.
There's a reason I haven't played it yet. Again, Lethal Company would probably be my cut on this list of stuff on here. Thirsty Suitors... I think you've made a great argument for it. Everything I've seen of that game looks super fun. It's a game I actually really want to play. I'd keep it on there.
Well, we do have to cut something eventually.
We do. Look,
should I just ask? There's nothing on the bottom list anybody wants to sub in at this point.
I've been thinking about Hi-Fi Rush. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, if it's on my top 10, it's probably toward the bottom of my top 10. There are other games I feel slightly more stronger about. It was just a really, that's actually one that maybe I should have thought of for the surprise category, because that thing really did kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a literal just drop, right? That was like
and also not the sort of thing we know Tango Gameworks as the sort of thing they make.
It's true.
Yeah, extremely not.
But I don't think I it's enough to make me push it back up the list.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same place about RE4. Like, it's probably in my top 10, but not like high enough that I'm going to go, like, Dead Space would be higher.
Look, if you ask me, like, look, am I going to, like, cross my arms and, like, plant my feet for Dredge and Chants of Sennaar? Definitely, yes. Yes, I am. I am going to absolutely plant my feet. But maybe not for Cocoon. Like, if people feel strongly about slicing off Cocoon because they feel more strongly about other stuff, well, I think Cocoon is amazing and I really like that game. Dredge and Chants are my personal ones on here that I would fight for. I would have a harder time challenging somebody else's personal one for Cocoon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see Cocoon going. That's fine.
Is that 10?
Okay. I think that's 10. And if I'm being completely honest, while there's a couple on there that I definitely didn't necessarily think were going to make it into our top 10, I don't hate any of them. I don't hate any of those picks.
Yeah, I mean, there's, as usual, there's absolutely stuff I wouldn't have put on here, but I can't knock the stuff that is on here.
No.
All right.
There's only like there's only 2 or 3 games maybe 4 that I feel pretty strongly about on here. That's a decent percentage, I guess.
I mean, that's, there's 3 of us. It's a 10-person list. At some point, one of us is going to get over 33%, and there you go.
Where should we start? Start at the top? Start at the bottom? Do we have a top 3?
I mean, I have a top 3, but I don't know if it's our top 3.
Is Alan Wake 2 in the top 3?
I could see it.
I think based on everything we've said today, it would be hard to imagine it not be.
I mean, the gameplay is not best in class.
Yep, I agree.
There is that to think about, but all the stuff that it does well, it does so well and, like, interestingly and, uniquely that's probably more than enough to overcome that.
Why don't you float it up so we can start? This doesn't mean it goes up, but it
is in the top 3 currently.
It is. Okay. Is Marvel Spider-Man 2 in the top 3?
I think this order looks pretty good. I would totally take this order, but I don't.
There's maybe 1 or 2 I would like to push upward.
So you would put Spider-Man 2 over Alan Wake?
No.
I don't know about that necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know if
I was just more joking about the number of the degrading number of times that had somebody tried that maneuver.
That next time we got to just make a horizontal line of games.
Yeah, that's right.
Or a circle. Just make a circle of games that spins every once in a while. Look, I'm gonna fight for Baldur's Gate 3 to be in the top 10. Like that game.
10 or 3?
Top 3.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
I will make a stink about it.
Just before we get any deeper into this, can I just one last gut check? We're fine with Zelda not being in here. I think we're fine with it.
I don't know.
Get it.
I don't know.
I'm certainly
what I would cut
like that. Yeah, I think that's fine then.
I didn't play enough of it to feel like I can strongly say that it has to be here.
All right.
Out of all the games that I didn't play 30 Suitors in El Paso. I have finished and 100%ed or completed most of these games except for Baldur's 3, which I intentionally was holding off for. Zelda, I had every opportunity to go back, and I went back last week to play it. Every opportunity to go in and finish that game. Again, I'm pretty near the end. I have all the temples, whatever, done. But I don't know. There's like something about it where I'm just like not.
Okay. I think that says everything.
Like not going for it. I'll have it to seal it. Of the games we cut, I would rather go back and play more Exit 8s than Zelda if we turn this right off right now, right? Like.
So you're saying Exit 8 should be in the top 10?
I'm saying Exit 8 is
I think it should.
Exit 8's a pretty damn good game.
I think it should. God, I wish that game was like 10 times longer. What if they had made other subways?
What if it were Exit like 50? What if it's Exit 99 where it's 100 people, 99 people drop into a subway?
I don't even know the name of that developer, but I need to go look it up and keep an eye on what they do next. Because anyway, sorry, like that all sounds very definitive about Zelda.
Yeah, but this is coming from a person who thought Breath of the Wild was okay. It was like, it was an okay game.
That's fine.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
That's fine.
So I think Baldur's Gate 3 should float up. If I were personally doing this, I would move Marvel Spider-Man 2 down.
I'm fine with that. Like Spider-Man, there was a moment where I thought Spider-Man 2 might be my number one game. Like it's way up there for me, but like I get it being more middle of the pack here. I could just move it down some.
I would move it down some. I also think Remnant 2 is up there. I'm not sure I would put it in a top 3.
Okay. I can see that. I could put that at like a 4 or something.
I think that's a top 5 for me.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
Like, it's absolutely in my top 3 personally.
I mean, I don't know if it'll be top 5 for my top 10 list, but I think for like what we did this year and like our investment in that game, like I think that is top 5 on our list.
I'm pleased to hear you guys liked Remnant 2 that much.
Oh, I like playing it with you guys. I thought it was like a tuned, like it's a class-based multiplayer shooter that makes me feel like I was able to play a fun class, and not just be a healer who's not healing, like the ability to swap a lot of classes and use abilities, maybe too many different permutations of class builds in terms of different amulets, charms, talismans, rings, but it was fun to be able to try and build a class that could focus on trying to keep people alive, and also have a subclass that does fun damage.
It's a weird hybrid of a bunch of games, I feel like that game gave me what I like about Destiny and about Dark Souls and about MMOs, but without actually being any of those.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You get elements of all of that stuff in something that still feels like kind of a unique package. I think they blend stuff extremely well in that game.
I think it'll be down a little bit on my personal list, but that's just because I've got a bunch of like smaller things that are very personal like personal passion things on there, like like Chants and Dredge.
Yeah.
But if we're looking for a third, how do you guys feel about Viewfinder?
I would absolutely support that. Wait, hang on. Is Baldur's Gate 3 number 1?
Look,
is that what we're saying?
I honestly could take Alan Wake 2 or Baldur's Gate 3 at number 1. I wouldn't say Baldur's Gate 3 is an absolute lock. It's a pretty firm lock, but
I feel a lot more strongly about Alan Wake personally.
Alan Wake 2 is an amazing piece of video game, but I also think Baldur's Gate 3 will be pretty high up on my list. Having finished Alan Wake 2, some of the gameplay and some of the bugs threw me off a little bit, but it's still doing stuff that no other game is doing.
Yeah, I get it. Of course, I mean, if we're talking bugs, Baldur's
Gate 3
cannot.
Baldur's Gate 3 has bugs that feel like they that you can see it falling apart. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In that almost like Bethesda-like way of like, you put too many plates a spinning. Alan Wake 2 has bugs that are like, why can't I pick up this pouch? Like,
okay, that's
like what is going on
just
here?
Basic functionality breaking is not great.
Yeah, look. Here, check this out. You should look at the patch. Well, you shouldn't look at the patch notes now, but the charms you get in New Game Plus, you get those same charms again, and I think they fixed this in this patch, but you couldn't get rid of them. So you wind up with the same 2 charms in Final Draft, which would just start filling up your entire inventory.
Oh, that sucks.
If you're so say you're trying to get all the caches, or the nursery rhymes again because you're trying to get an achievement or something in New Game Plus, you now wind up with the duplicate charms, and I'm pretty sure the effects don't. Like, I think they might have patched that and fixed that, but like originally you couldn't drop those charms.
Yeah, that's a bummer for sure.
And the pouch I couldn't pick up during my first playthrough was the inventory upgrade, so I missed the whole line of inventory in my thing. That kind of sucked. But that being said, that game is still amazing.
I also feel stronger about Alan Wake than Baldur's Gate, but the like, if I can use words like achievement of Baldur's Gate, like what they did with that game is so impressive that I absolutely would be fine with that at number 1.
Look, for our list, if you guys feel really strongly about Alan Wake, I am happy to see that game get accolades and could be number 1. There was a while there where I thought it was not going to be, like even like in my top 5 on a thing, and the more I played it, the more I really am awed by what they went for. and what Remedy went for, Baldur's Gate 3, I'm pretty sure is going to be a lock on my top 10 for my number one. But there's no way I could feel bad about Alan Wake if it wants to be on this list at the top. But maybe we leave this stuff here, and do you want to keep going down the rest of it?
Sure.
I mean, it sounds like that's a pretty strong battle between the two over there. Viewfinder at number 3?
I'm fine with that. I mean, I would take probably take Remnant over Viewfinder. They're pretty equal footing to me. I'm fine with that.
I mean, I played Remnant. I did not play Viewfinder.
Oh, Viewfinder's great.
Yeah.
It's breezy also. It really moves. I don't know, I could go either way. I probably would leave Remnant there, but I'm fine moving Viewfinder up. I think Viewfinder is extremely impressive.
Alex, do you have an opinion on Remnant 2 being up there?
I still think for me, I would sooner put stuff like Thirsty Suitors and Spider-Man 2 over Remnant for myself personally, but I think as a team list thing, I think there's an argument for being in the top 3. I personally would probably nudge a couple of other things up there first.
Yeah, look, Chants of Sennaar is going to be pretty high in my list. So was Dredge. But Viewfinder is going to be very high as well. So I personally would put Viewfinder over Remnant 2. And then it's kind of a crapshoot all the way down.
Yeah, I'm going to say like the bottom half of the list is just about up to you guys for as far as I'm concerned. Here, I mean, what's currently in the bottom half? Like I just don't have strong opinions about any of those except Lethal Company. And I would love to see Lethal Company higher, but I also get that it's new and it's in early access and still has a ways to go. So, like, I think it getting in the list at all is cool.
Let me pitch an idea to you here.
Uh-huh.
Just kind of based on overall temperature here, just to kind of round at the bottom of the list a little bit.
Okay.
Lethal Company should probably be at number 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that, but I'm fine with it, I guess I'll say.
I think it's not because I don't think it's necessarily the 10th best game on this list. It's because I think there is room for that game still to improve. There is a bit of recency bias, I think, in our enjoyment of it, but also I think it being on here at all is a testament just how much goddamn fun we've had with that thing. And, if we come back around next year and we're still playing a bunch of it and it's gotten way better, this could be our first 2-lister, We'll see.
Yeah, like I would love to see a world where Lethal Company is finished and number 1 at this time next year. But at the same time, it could be something we completely fell off of by then. Like,
yeah.
Who knows if they actually get enough cool stuff in there to keep it going.
Like, El Paso is going to be a lot higher on my list, but I think based on the conversations we've had, it at number 9 makes a certain amount of sense.
I could say that for Dredge. I'll give you that for Dredge. Well, I'd probably put Dredge over Spider-Man, but if you guys like Spider-Man, I could say the same for Dredge. It's going to be higher on my list, but I could see it at an 8.
I think Dredge is a slightly better game overall. I don't like it as much, but that's not because I think it's inferior in any way. I think it just didn't resonate quite as hard with me, but I think Dredge is a slightly better game than El Paso overall. So I think it's fine being there at number 8. I am going to argue for Thirsty Suitors a little higher on this list.
What if we put
I'm fine with that.
Spider-Man at 7?
That's definitely low for me, but I'm not gonna fight for it. It's definitely like it's almost certainly like a top 3 game for me.
Okay, let me just pitch this. Vinny, don't get mad.
Uh-huh.
Chants of Sennaar at number 7, Spider-Man at number 6, Thirsty Suitors at number 5.
I think you're bananas. I can see where you're coming from.
This is not a mandate. I am simply asking the question.
I'm searching my feelings. I really did enjoy Spider-Man 2.
Me too.
I think Chants of Sennaar was a more interesting game. It's a very different game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like comparing these is completely absurd. B, if I had gotten to Chants, like there's a chance I would be with you on that.
Like the mechanic in Chants of Sennaar is so damn cool. And I think the action and story stuff in Spider-Man is well done, But you know, I'm not Spider-Man 2 out of all the things we've talked about, to its credit, does not have that same also ran flavor that a lot of the other sequels we talked about did and DLC did.
Yeah.
It does feel unique, and that has some maybe to do with the tech and being like that fast travel stuff like is amazing, and the switching characters and the powers. So it stands out in that category. But I think for me, Chants would be of Sennaar is like up there in terms of like nobody really does this.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd add to Spider-Man, I think the world, not the world design, the mission design, like the progression through what is the term for this? It's like all the types of side missions they came up with, how they rolled those side missions out, how each side mission type chain tells its own little story. Like, you know, sometimes they'll hold some back until later in the game when it makes sense to give you more of them. Like all the side content, like this sounds like very grandiose. Like it might have the best like side content of any open world game I've played, in the sense that like I wanted to do all of it and I never got bored with any, like every, you know, like the chasing the mechanical birds or like the hunter blinds or like, you know, you name, maybe with the exception of the science experiments. I don't know. Those were probably my least favorite. But
yeah,
like,
those weren't great.
But like every side mission type is both unique enough and also doesn't overstay its welcome enough, you know, and gives you enough of a little nugget of a reward at the end. Generally, that like I felt like, and that's why I think that's why we all platinumed it practically, or I don't know if Alex did, but like I had done most of the side content by the time I finished that game, so the platinum took like an hour because I just like everything they give you to do in that game is good enough.
I did every mission objective in that game. Everything.
Okay, yeah.
I think some of the later game symbiote stuff could be a little like protect the thing as a little like
those are definitely just very like grind these out. But you've got so many powers by that time that I kind of was just having fun like running in there and barely even having to punch anything because you just power everything to death.
Yeah, I mean they're not bad, and I will always take a narrative around a group of side missions and be a reward for that narrative, or for doing those side missions, and they do that. That's great.
I think it was, is it the mechanical bird one? Whichever one ends up with you going inside the chameleon's like penthouse. Like that was the moment for me where I was like, man, like every single one of the little side mission chains in this, they did some unique art, some unique writing. Like there's some little lore piece of world building, something. Like everywhere you go in this game, like there's nothing feels like 100% filler.
Right. It doesn't have that open world vomit feel.
Yeah, totally. And the other thing to your point about that one not being an also ran, like I was like right up until we got review codes for that game, I was like, do I want to play another Spider-Man? Like I liked the first two, but this is literally the third one of these. Like I'll play it, but like, am I stoked about it? And yeah, I was just like blown away by how
it's the best one. Like it definitively, it is the best one.
Anyway, that was probably too much said about Spider-Man 2, but
no,
I think somewhere in the 5 to 6 range is fine with me for sure. But
look, I still like Miles Morales. I think that's a really good one.
I agree, but I think that this one did not feel quite as checklisty as the first game did, and I think they managed to build out from the condensed feel of the second one with this one in a way that did not feel like I was just dragging ass through it at a certain point. You know, like I feel like they found a nice equilibrium.
Yeah, just a very well designed open world game.
So how about Thirsty Chance more Spider-Man? What did you said?
I mean, I can live with it. I like Spider-Man a lot more than that, but I can live with it.
If it gets thirsty up there, I'm fine with it.
You want thirsty up there?
I think I mean, look, again, there's a decent chance it's my number one this year.
Okay,
I don't know for certain because I still have to sit there with my feelings a little bit because Alan Wake 2 is definitely in that conversation, but it's real close.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna. Oops.
I'm not trying to make it win. You know, I understand that like I'm the one fighting for that one, but I would love to see it in the top 5.
I'm fine with this list with that change.
I'm good with it. Obviously, we each shuffle things around in here. Like,
yeah.
I just have flashbacks to like old like GameSpot and GB stuff of like how brutal this would be to sort these games when it's that feeling of this is your personal list, but as a site list, like I'm perfectly okay with this.
Yeah.
Should we,
Sight.
hey, look, we're sight.
You love saying sight.
Look, I'm an old guy. I like sights. Brad, put numbers on these.
Okay. Do you want to read them as I do that?
Sure. I'm gonna see where these start. I'm gonna start from the bottom. These are letter J, from A through J.
What in the name of God is going on? Sorry, you don't understand how narrow my Google Doc window is on this laptop. Like it condensed all the UI in a way that's. Go on.
Starting from number 10, we have Lethal Company. Number 9, El Paso Elsewhere. Number 8, Dredge. Number 7, Marvel Spider-Man 2. Number 6, Chants of Sennaar. I'm sorry, there's Roman numerals next to them.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Like I'm literally clicking the Arabic, like this icon literally has Arabic numerals on it, and then it's applying Roman numerals or letters instead.
Here, wait, I can.
I don't know why.
Here, let me select these. Give me a half a second here. Let's do this. I'm going to do add numbers and letters. I'm going to put this back in, copying this, putting it in the doc. Here we go. And ta-dum.
Okay.
Number 7 was Marvel Spider-Man 2. Number 6 was Chants of Sennaar. Number 5 is Thirsty Suitors. Number 4 is Viewfinder. Number 3 is Remnants 2. Number 2 is Alan Wake 2. Number 1 is Baldur's Gate 3. That gets a little weird with the numbers.
Okay, I'm going to say it right now.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 should be number 1.
Do you want Alan Wake 2 to be number 1?
Wait, I thought we were done.
Alex is making a last minute.
I don't know how to explain this. I personally agree with you, kind of, but I still sort of feel like Baldur's Gate should be number 1.
It's not. I mean, again, I'm going off a little bit more of this is the thing I spent more time playing, but with everything we've done so far with these categories and everything we've talked about so far, it just feels weird to have Baldur's Gate there above Alan Wake.
I disagree with you. Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely my number 1.
If I'm outvoted on this,
we're leaving
then
it up.
I will not raise any kind of stink.
That's why we have 3 people. There's a tiebreaker here. Brad Shoemaker.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Brad Shoemaker decides the number 1 game of the year for the entire industry.
If I had finished Alan Wake, then I'd feel like I could make a stronger decision here. But not knowing how it ends, I don't feel qualified to push that through. Like, did you finish it, Alex?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very recently, but I did finish it.
Okay. I don't know that I can wade into that argument then.
Someone has to.
You got to.
You have no choice. Make a pick.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Choose your destiny.
Yeah. Sorry, like fucking the last 6 weeks has been a mess.
I know.
I just could not get through a lot of stuff I wanted to get back to. I mean, the stuff that Alan Wake does, I think, is incredibly impressive, but the stuff that Baldur's Gate does also is equally impressive, if not more so. I just don't know that I can pick.
I mean, Vinny, you have the most time in both of these together, so I feel like I'm willing to lean back to what you think is the correct answer here. I'm going off my own personal experience and bias and just say that I spent a lot more time in Alan Wake 2 overall, and I enjoyed it probably just a little bit more personally. But I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 being number 1 is a bad choice by any stretch.
I think Baldur's Gate 3 is the number 1 game of this year. I think Alan Wake 2 is a very good game, or it's a fantastic game. I just like Baldur's Gate 3 more.
All right, so Alan Wake 2 sucks. You heard it here first.
Alan Wake 2 is a hot mess. It's an ego trip. It is a passion project for for Sam Lake to put himself into a damn video game. He makes Hideo Kojima look like a wallflower. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Kojima is washed, is what you're saying.
He's been washed.
No, Alan Wake 2 is awesome. I think Alan Wake 2's ending is the way it wraps up is very fun. There's some good set piece things. The story's confusing as hell. I've not finished the final draft yet, so maybe they they figure it out, they reveal more of the story. Have you gone into the final draft stuff? The new game plus?
I have not done the final draft stuff. I only finished the main game.
Okay. So yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 for me. It's gonna be my number one.
All right.
It's kind of the difference to me between like Baldur's Gate is a return to a form of game that has not been made in a long time.
Well,
and they practically resurrected an entire style of game that people thought was just kind of done. And then on the Alan Wake side, it's like narratively and in terms of like presentation and visuals and stuff, it's like pushing things forward in a way that I feel like I haven't seen before. So it's like they both do very impressive things in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would say I had more fun playing Baldur's Gate 3 and then with Alan Wake, I had a lot of fun experiencing Alan Wake 2. Like the gameplay in Alan Wake 2, I don't think is all that great. Like it's totally fine. It is serviceable, but I really enjoy all the mechanics and the narrative stuff in Baldur's Gate 3. And with Alan Wake 2, I wanted to just get to the next set piece or the next big thing. Despite the gameplay.
Fair. Okay. That was my last piece I just wanted to say on that front, but I think I understand where you're coming from.
I will say this too about Alan Wake 2. If we had a best moment category, Alan Wake 2 would probably be like 3 out of the 5 of those.
It would have a bare minimum of 3 to 4 of them, yeah.
It very much feels like the Wolfenstein The New Colossus year of we're not going to do a best moment or sequence, we're going to do a best Wolfenstein 2 moment or sequence because it would win all of them otherwise.
Yeah. That's what that game is, right? It's just it's like a bunch of amazing visual and motif moments strung together.
Totally.
I don't feel like I can be a tiebreaker here because I just don't have the basis to do so.
It's not a thing that I feel strongly enough about that I feel like we have to turn this into a tiebreaker or we have to have a big knockdown drag out about it. It's just the thing that like we gave Alan Wake 2 best visuals, we gave it best story. I think I can agree on the sense that as a type of game, Baldur's Gate 3 probably is one of the both in resurrecting a genre and just being a really good RPG, it probably I think the argument for it makes sense. It's just that, we had spent a lot of time talking about all the ways that Alan Wake really excels, more so than I think we talked about the ways Baldur's Gate 3 excels.
I would say I would push back and say the categories just fit Alan Wake 2's stuff better.
Sure.
Like
Totally.
Alan Wake 2 is a better looking game than Baldur's Gate 3, and Alan Wake 2's story is definitely more bananas than Baldur's Gate 3. But if we had a best interactive experience, it would be Baldur's Gate 3 for me. If we had best Baldur's Gate 3 was up there for me in best multiplayer or best thing to play with friends. Like there are things that Baldur's Gate 3 is doing that Alan Wake 2 is not doing, but where it fits in our categories. And again, I just like RPGs. I like role playing games a lot. And Baldur's Gate 3 happens to be one of those. All right.
Yeah, and like
go ahead, please.
I mean, just like the stuff that Baldur's Gate does well is also the stuff that I find the most satisfying in video games. Like even a little bit I played, I saw some of this, but like killing the mage dude right at the beginning, like you did on that one stream, just like that level of flexibility and reactivity, and also like calling back to your decisions later, like creative problem solving. Have you seen that? Video of one of the developers breaching some fortress by stacking like 800 crates on top of them?
I think it was Matt Mercer. I think it was.
Was it? Okay, and then shooting the arrow of the arrow of travel or whatever.
I think it was Matt Mercer. I heard about it. I didn't watch the video.
Like stuff like that, like that kind of creativity and flexibility and mechanics is like the coolest stuff in games to me. So like I absolutely get what Baldur's Gate does well and why it might be number one. I could go either way, but.
All right, are we locking in Baldur's Gate for now? Well, forever?
I've said my piece. I think I understand where you're coming from. I'm good with it.
Okay. Baldur's Gate 3, number 1 on this list. It's on there.
It's crazy.
Brad is typing Alan Wake 2 as a tie. This is Alan Wake 2 in second place. Don't mess with
No.
Don't go.
I'd rather have it be in second place than try and like make some sort of weird
no
tie
drama.
Thing. Yeah.
I'm joking.
Here's what I will say as we wrap this up. I think I'm looking through this list, and I'm very happy for these studios. I mean, Sony's on this, or Insomniac's on this list in number 7. But aside from that, you got a lot of like studios that maybe didn't have breakouts. I mean, Remedy had Control, which did very well, but like Remedy feels like they're kind of on the upswing now, right? Like,
Remedy was up and down for a while,
Yeah.
but they've been on the upswing since Control, and I think this is continuing that upswing.
and same for Larian. I expect. I mean, I don't know how Remedy thought Alan Wake 2 was going to do, but it seems to be. Hopefully, it's doing financially well. It's always hard to tell. Sometimes you hear that they're not doing financially well.
The early data I have seen has not been positive in that respect, but it's hard to say. With it didn't get a physical release. Like that's a huge, or maybe not huge these days, but that's definitely a part of it, is that it did not get a physical release at all. It's tough to say how it's doing.
And Baldur's Gate 3, I'm really happy for Larian. A lot of games that I feel like companies needed to do well here.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'd probably take that back. I think at this point in the game, every company needs a game to do well. There's probably not a lot of room for misjudging releases. So one more time. Number 10, Lethal Company. Then El Paso Elsewhere. Number 8, Dredge. Number 7, Marvel Spider-Man 2. Number 6, Chants of Sennaar. Number 5, Thirsty Suitors. Number 4, Viewfinder. Number 3, Remnant 2. Number 2, Alan Wake 2. Number 1, Baldur's Gate 3. Quickly just going back up the list here. I'm going to read down a quick review of our categories from today, starting with Best Storytelling. Like Alex mentioned, it is Alan Wake 2, unanimous vote, Vinny, Brad, Alex, with Thirsty Suitors and Baldur's Gate 3 after that. Best Surprise, Alex's personal category, WWE 2K23, The Exit 8, and the winner being RoboCop Rogue City. Scrolling down here, Best Remake Remaster, System Shock and Resident Evil 4 in the runner-up, and unanimous with Dead Space, with Vinny, Brad, and Alex picking that one. Brad's personal category, Brad's Hard Game Club, Remnant 2, and a Fifth Rhythm. Final bar line, runners-up, with the winner being Lethal Company. And then a game we wish we could play right now. We had, not unanimous here, we had Baby Steps for Alex, Light No Fire for Vinny and Brad, and then runners-up being Arc Raiders, Thrasher, and Big Walk in no particular order. And then, of course, the top 10, which you don't need me to repeat again. I just did.
You just did it.
I just did it.
You just did it.
If you missed part 1, go back and listen to part 1. I'm not going to read them all here again. You can go check them out.
That was on last week's episode.
Yeah.
Go look that up.
Go check it out. All right, that's going to do it for our last podcast of 2023. We'll be back in 2024. Of course, we got to thank everybody for supporting us and being around and helping us out in 2023. Again, recognizing it's been a year, and that year
and then some
is carrying year is carrying a lot of weight there. So thanks for everybody who could help support us. And being a Patreon supporter over at patreon.com/Nextlander. Couldn't do it without you. Wouldn't be in business without you. Wouldn't have this list without you. It'd all just be my personal list and nobody would be listening to me. How would you know how good Chants of Sennaar is without me trying to push for it? I'm looking over at number 6.
And speaking
you'd have to go to vinny.blogspot.com to find that out.
Right.
Well, you may, in fact, also be able to go to patreon.com/Nextlander at some point and find out our personal top 10 lists as well, right?
Nope, this is it. This is the list. Baldur's Gate 3, number 1 for everybody. We're done. No, go look for...
I think I have to argue with that one.
Go look for our personal list. We've said it a number of times here. Those will represent our interest, maybe a little more. This is a compromise list. Everybody knows that. never have a doubt. It always was. It always was.
It's always been compromised.
It's always been all right. The top 10 has always been compromised. What a great year for playing of video games. I don't need to qualify it any more than that. You know my piece. Thank you very much, Brad Shoemaker. Thank you very much, Alex Navarro. Happy New Year to everybody out there. We'll see you in 2024. Bye. And that's going to do it for 2023 on the podcasting terms for us. Again, thanks for supporting us over at patreon.com/Nextlander. Plenty of tiers there, including the Mysterious Benefactor tier and the final Mysterious Benefactor tier shout out for 2023. This one I'm reading a little bit early, so if you signed up after the cutoff, don't worry, I'll get you in 2024. Starting with Sean Miller, Ryan Waterman, RRE, Infelicitous Rips, Kelly F, Brian Lucier, Skywarp, John Hubbard, Evan Cook, Mark Wilhelm, Jerry Lee, Deidre Plays Fortnite Now, I guess, Gary Pejke, Robert Fisher, John McInnes, Bunny Fiend, the, Peter Reardon, Jad Rita, Statics, Fantasticasm89, Andrew Jackson, Mega Crane, Razgriz 2, Brian Murphy, Randy Duax, Andrew Tiepkin, Alex Wu, It's Me JP, Matt Clements Jr., Edward Chick, Andrew Slosky, Steve Lynn, Matthew Herrig, David Campos, and Tyler Treese. Thank you to all our mysterious benefactors who have supported us all year long and beyond. Thanks to all of our Patreon supporters. The same thing. We really appreciate it. Hope to see you back in 2024. Have a great one, and we'll see you soon.